Chapter 1234. Collecting money. At this moment, Lin Ling and old man Dong Fu left Yu Tian restaurant together. He wasn't afraid of anyone finding trouble with him. After all, he had agreed to the battle and Li Fengge should be waiting for him. Lin Ling, Li Fengge isn't simple. Do you really want to fight with him? Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling seriously. He has provoked me time and time again. If I refuse to fight, then I won't be able to continue walking on the martial path. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Deep in his eyes, there was a sharp glint. Some things couldn't be avoided and he didn't want to avoid it. He would fight when it was time to fight. You're right. Old man Dong Fu nodded. He also knew that Li Fengge was too arrogant. Although he didn't know if Lin Ling could win, he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't die. After all, Lin Ling still had that huge existence behind him. That mysterious ancient expert wouldn't let anything happen to Lin Ling. Since the battle is tomorrow, then I won't disturb you today. Stay with me in the same inn. There are experts from the great hall of heaven and earth there. No one should be stupid enough to kill you. Old man Dong Fu added. Then he brought Lin Ling to the inn. After leaving some instructions, he impatiently left, as if something was waiting for him. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This old man Dong Fu was too impatient. Then, he quietly put on his cloak and used the Shadow Buddha incense chain to silently leave the inn. In a remote street, a mysterious cloaked person quietly appeared. Under the cloak, a smile appeared in his clear eyes. He was Lin Ling. Now, it was time to collect the money. After going around in circles, Lin Ling once again returned to Yu Tian restaurant. At this moment, Yu Tian restaurant was no longer as lively as before. Lin Ling walked forward. When he neared the entrance, the guard noticed Lin Ling. Before he could say anything, Lu Susu appeared at the entrance. From her appearance, it seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. Senior, you're finally here. Lin Ling felt as if his heart had been gently caressed by a fox's tail. Lin Ling looked over and saw Lu Susu leaning against the door with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Her full breasts were squeezed together like the waves of the sea. She was simply a seductress. Senior, you really came on time. Another voice sounded. It was the old man of Dong Fu. So the reason he had left the inn in such a hurry was to welcome the mysterious cloaked person. Lin Ling smiled helplessly in his heart. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "How did the auction go?" "Senior, the auctions for the treasures have exceeded our expectations." Lu Susu instantly smiled. She exchanged a look with old man Dong Fu, muttering inside, "With your disciples stirring things up, the value of those treasures has been pushed to the peak." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded and entered the Yu Tian pavilion with Lu Susu. In the side room, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The three of them sat. "Senior, this is the universe card. All the yuan stones you have are inside. This card can be exchanged for yuan stones in any city, and there are at least 100,000 yuan stones in the card." Lu Susu sat on a chair made of demonic beast skin, her body leaning forward. Her small white hand handed over a purple jade card. Lin Ling's eyes swept over it. Instantly, through Lu Susu's clothes, he saw a large patch of snow white and deep cleavage. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the purple jade card. He suddenly found that this treasure was a precious heaven weapon. In Xianping province, there are less than 100 people who have this card. Moreover, this card is convenient. Even if it is stolen by others, they cannot get the yuan stones in the card. It is better than the storage of items in the green ring. Of course, with senior strength, you are not afraid of others stealing the green ring, but the universe card also represents your identity. Lu Susu smiled as she explained. Lin Ling nodded. This card was indeed convenient. Not only that, his previous auction had cost him over 90,000 primordial stones. Clearly, Lu Susu knew how to get along with people and gave him a round number. 10th water essence, Jade Cold Silkworm, Iron Ridge Mine Mother, Whirlpool Essence Brain. I want 2 of each of these treasures. I want as much fragmented void water as you have. All the money will be deducted from the card. Lin Ling did not take the card and said lightly. What, 10th water essence? There is such a treasure in this world? Old man Dong Fu sucked in a cold breath. He had heard of this treasure before. There were many in the ancient times, but now it was rare to see one. Moreover, not many people knew the name of this treasure. Only a few thousand-year-old monsters knew. This senior was indeed an ancient martial artist. Nothing else? Lin Ling frowned. These treasures were prepared by Elder Z for his future cultivation. Then Lin Ling said, then replace them with 10th water essence. Lu Susu also sucked in a cold breath and quickly gave the order. Then she had people send them over through the transportation array. Most of the treasures were present, but they had been piled up in the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth for many years because no one knew what these treasures were used for. During this process, Old Man Dong Fu had a respectful expression and kept asking about the use of the treasures. Lin Ling himself did not know, but Elder Z was very clear about it. Therefore, Lin Ling also pretended to explain, making Old Man Dong Fu's eyes filled with worship, as if he was seeking knowledge. After a long time, the treasures were all prepared. Senior, there are still 30,000 yuan stones in the card. The treasures from before cost 70,000. Lu Susu handed the universe card to Lin Ling. After Lin Ling took the card, he said indifferently, how are things over at the 6 Saint Regions? We had already discussed it before the auction. Luckily, there was an important person from the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth at the auction this time, and he did me a favor. So fortunately, we did not disappoint. The universe card that Senior has represents the owner of the 6 Saint Regions. Lu Susu smiled proudly, as if she was a little fox asking for credit. But when she was excited, her slender legs were especially alluring. Thank you. Lin Ling was excited. He took the card from Lu Susu's hand and held it tightly. At this moment, his palms were full of sweat. His grandfather's wish, he had fulfilled it. Soon, I will find you all again. Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling left the room, causing Old Man Dong Fu to be extremely reluctant. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was stunned. When she saw the elder take the card, his hand was not old, but like the hand of a young person. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Of course, even though she was curious, she would not stupidly say it out loud and hid it in her heart. Listening to Senior's words, my life was not in vain. It's a pity that Senior left too quickly. Otherwise, I really wanted to talk with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Old Man Dong Fu shook his head, extremely regretful. Maybe, it's not Senior. Lu Susu muttered in a small voice. Those two are both smart people, especially Lu Susu. She is like a cunning fox. Interacting with them is really tiring. Leaving Yutian restaurant, Lin Ling walked along the street. At the same time, he said in his heart, Elder Z, you spent 70,000 yuan stones to buy those things. What are they for? Chapter 1235. A world-shaking battle, Your Majesty. These are items that the star-picking nation's royal residents used to cultivate. Princes, and other descendants of emperors all relied on these items to cultivate. Elder Z's voice rang out, and Lin Ling couldn't help but look forward to it. Tomorrow was his battle with Li Fengge, and Lin Ling had a year to enter the Purple Mansion. At that time, he would see if Li Fengge had the ability to be arrogant. Along the way, what surprised Lin Ling was that in less than an hour, the news of his battle with Li Fengge had spread throughout the entire Sea Lookout Corner, and countless people were filled with anticipation for this battle. A world-shaking battle. Lin Ling versus Li Fengge, the Martial Pavilion has opened a bet. As long as you can take out vitality stones, the Martial Pavilion will pay you back. Cultivators go out to train and risk their lives in order to obtain a few vitality stones. But now, all you need to do is place a bet, and you will receive a generous income. On the street, a large number of people from the Martial Pavilion were making a racket. Many people's eyes flickered, but they couldn't help but walk towards the people from the Martial Pavilion. That's right, they went out to train and went through life and death situations before finally obtaining a few treasures. Right now, they only needed to place a bet to receive double the amount of vitality stones. No cultivator would let go of such a cheap opportunity. Those who bet on Lifunga of the Jiuli tribe, 1-1. Those who bet on Lin Ling of the Sea calming talent, 1-10. The mighty voices continued to spread, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Martial Pavilion? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had heard from Elder Dong Fu that the Martial Pavilion was a neutral force like the Heavenly Palace Hall, and had a huge background. He didn't expect that they would use his battle to open a bet. This Martial Pavilion was really smart. Senior, are you not going to buy? A middle-aged man stopped in front of Lin Ling and said with a smile. Then what do you suggest? Lin Ling said indifferently. Of course, I'm going to bet on Lifunga. It's undeniable that Lin Ling is also very powerful, but his growth time is too short. He can't compare to Lifunga of the 10 Greats. Moreover, Lifunga is from the Jiuli tribe, and his cultivation in all aspects of martial arts surpasses Lin Ling. The middle-aged man smiled as if he was giving Lin Ling the best suggestion. Lifunga is indeed powerful, but the battle is tomorrow. A lot may change in one day. Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man smiled. Senior really knows how to joke. Let me tell you, other than a few people, most people have bet on Lifunga. Even Lifunga has bet 10,000 vitality stones on herself. That's a sure win. It seems that Lin Ling is not favored. In that case, I will also bet. Lin Ling said again, which made the middle-aged man laugh. Senior, do you want to bet on Lifunga? Bet on Lin Ling's victory. 30,000. The indifferent voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the middle-aged man's heart to tremble violently. 30,000. This mysterious person was very generous. The odds of betting on Lin Ling were 10-1. If Lin Ling won, the mysterious person would receive 300,000. That was a huge sum of money. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man did not dare to accept such a huge sum of money. However, on second thought, Lin Ling was bound to lose, so this money would benefit the Martial Pavilion. Senior, please come with me and pay. If Lin Ling wins, 300,000 will be automatically credited to your card. The middle-aged man led Lin Ling to the Martial Pavilion branch. The Martial Pavilion had branches in many big cities, so Lin Ling quickly placed his bet. Then, he left alone and returned to the inn. In the inn, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not expect his battle with Lifunga to cause such a huge commotion. However, there was still one day left. Lin Ling was determined to win this battle. Sitting down cross-legged, the Emerald Tower appeared in his hand. Lin Ling then entered it. Your Majesty, these people are not optimistic about you. They deserve to die. Inside the Purple Mansion, Elder Z appeared in front of Lin Ling, his face full of anger. Their mouths are on their bodies. Let them say what they want. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He did not care. He looked at Elder Z with bright eyes. Elder Z, how should I cultivate next? A day in the outside world is a year in the Purple Mansion. After a year, let them be surprised. Your Majesty, your cultivation is to cultivate 3 aspects at the same time. Therefore, you should first cultivate your essence, which is the physical body. Elder Z laughed. Lin Ling also took out the Kong Tong broken stones that he had obtained from the auction and let these ordinary stones float around. Your Majesty, if you use 70,000 to buy elixirs, it will definitely allow your Majesty to reach the transcendental realm. However, although this method of advancement is good, it lacks an all-around improvement. Therefore, I want your Majesty to buy another treasure and prepare to refine a void spirit lock for your Majesty. This lock can suppress your Majesty's spiritual source and mental strength. If you cultivate in this state, you will be able to unlock the Void Spirit Lock. Your Majesty's strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and your foundation will be more solid than consuming elixirs. As for the cultivation resources, it is the water essence. This treasure is extremely poisonous and extremely overbearing. However, after transforming into a sea, it will produce a large amount of spiritual energy. It is just that ordinary people do not dare to absorb it. In the ancient times, the emperors wanted to raise their descendants. Therefore, they used different cultivation methods to train their descendants. Water essence is one of them. Elder Z said as he took out Lin Ling's treasure to refine. After a long time, a pair of white bracelets appeared in front of Lin Ling. These bracelets looked extremely ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would be able to sense a large amount of pressure from them. Then, under Elder Z's gaze, Lin Ling put on the white bracelets. Suddenly, a majestic pressure attacked Lin Ling, causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Ling realized that his body was surrounded by a mysterious power. His physical body, spiritual source, and even soul force were the same. This Void Spirit Lock is terrifying. Lin Ling said with difficulty. Even with his strength, he could not block the Void Spirit Lock. This thing was indeed terrifying. This lock will increase your Majesty's strength in all aspects. It will form a type of rune power that will suppress your physical body, spiritual source, and even soul. That is why your Majesty feels that it is very heavy. This type of rune power is also a type of law of heaven and earth. It is a power that surpasses extreme martial arts. However, under pressure, your cultivation speed will be faster and your foundation will be more solid. Elder Z said. Then, he said with some worry, if your Majesty feels that you cannot block it, you can unlock it. However, after unlocking it, you will need to wait a year before you can wear it again. Don't worry. No matter how big the storm is, I will endure it. I will not unlock this lock unless it is at a critical moment. Lin Ling stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. Elder Z secretly admired him. Then, Lin Ling said, let's begin. Good. First, cultivate your physical body and let your body of the divine demon Overlord reach the second layer. Elder Z's face was solemn. He waved his right hand, and a drop of water essence floated into the stones, causing them to become huge. In the end, they were like mountains that smashed towards Lin Ling rumble. The huge mountains smashed down. Lin Ling was covered in golden light. Elder Z's eyes were solemn as he said, Your Majesty, absorb this mountain and reach the second layer of the body of the divine demon Overlord. Then, he sat down beside the golden mountain. At this moment, an angry roar came from the layers of Golden Mountain. Chapter 1236. A year of bitter cultivation. The pain came from the small worlds in Lin Ling's body. They felt like they were about to explode. He could feel a terrifying amount of energy surging into his body, as though he was about to explode. The Void Spirit Lock's runes were also pressuring him, forming a power that surpassed a supreme martial art that enveloped Lin Ling's body. The two forces nearly caused Lin Ling to faint. He almost wanted to unlock the lock, but every time he did so, he would tell himself that he could hold on for a little longer. If he couldn't, he would unlock the lock. However, there was no end to that. In fact, that was also an excuse for Lin Ling to hold on. He thought of his grandfather, mother, maternal grandfather, Yu, and the pitiful girl, the second dream. They were all his motivation to hold on. Moreover, he heard a lot of sneers. It was Celestial Venerable Void Star and the Millennia Ghost Sect. There were too many enemies. When Lin Ling was exhausted, they were prepared to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't fall. Your Majesty, to become a venerable emperor, one must go through blood and sweat. Only then can one transform. Elder Z sat outside the Golden Mountain, quietly waiting for Lin Ling's voice. As long as Lin Ling cried for help, he would immediately stop cultivating. However, he waited for 3 months. Your Majesty's perseverance is terrifying. Elder Z gasped. With a willpower that surpassed ordinary people, talent, and Violet Palace realm, he could already see the rise of a new venerable emperor in the star-picking nation. As for the Golden Mountain, it had already lost its luster. All of its essence seemed to have been absorbed by the person trapped in the mountain. Finally, at a certain moment, the entire mountain exploded. Rocks flew in all directions, and a slender figure walked out like an ancient sovereign. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, a majestic aura also spread out. The second level of the God-Devil Emperor body is unstoppable. Elder Z stood up excitedly. It was as though he had seen the previous emperor in his youth. Essence, Qi, and Spirit Triple Cultivator. Next, it's Qi. A smile came from the youth in the distance. Elder Z's eyes narrowed. He subconsciously asked, Your Majesty, aren't you going to rest for a month? The enemy won't wait for me to rest. Time quietly passed. In the depths of the ancient mountains, a sharp needle was inserted into the ground. On the tip of the needle, a topless young man was standing upside down. His finger was pointing at the tip of the needle. Sweat poured down his entire body like rain, causing the ground around the young man to become wet. This needle was called the Spirit Stabilizing Needle, and it was used to smooth out and strengthen one's spiritual source. Although the young man's movements were simple, in reality, there was a terrifying weight on his body, and this weight was supported by a single finger. At the tip of his finger, a light bloomed. It was the power of his spiritual source. Cultivation was dull and tedious, and he was drenched in sweat. However, the young man's strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. If he were to unlock the Void Spirit Lock now, who knew what kind of limit he would reach? Your Majesty, you've cultivated the Spirit Stabilizing Needle for a month. You can go to the Yi Lake to cultivate now. Elder Z's voice could be heard occasionally. All right. The young man leaped into the air. In the distance, there was a vast green ocean. It looked peaceful, but there were no living creatures nearby. This was because this was the ocean of death. The ocean water formed from second water essence could transform everything in the world. This cultivation is not something that a person can endure. Staring at the green seawater, the young man gritted his teeth and shot into it. Sizzle. Sizzle. The seawater seemed to be corroding everything in the world, causing the young man's body to tremble violently. However, in the process of corrosion, rich spiritual energy also rushed into the young man's body, causing him pain and pleasure. The seawater formed from second water essence was a highly toxic substance used to kill people in ancient times. Your Majesty, you have suppressed a large amount of spiritual energy in your body. You can go and refine it to create new spiritual source. All right. In the Myriad Demon Mountain, demons danced wildly. These demons were captured by the previous emperor in the past. They were violent and crazy, and they killed people like flies. Today, a cold young man was welcomed here. Hee, after being trapped for so many years, I didn't expect that someone would come here today. Devour him. The moment the young man walked into the Myriad Demon Mountain, all the demons were eager to make a move. Earth uprooting. Heavenly sword. Rumble. A crazy battle broke out in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Huge swords were swung, and the power to uproot mountains and rivers. This kid is the successor of the great Emperor Zhaixing. He has the body of the celestial demon Overlord and has reached the second stage. The great Emperor Zhaixing is the enemy of thousands of generations. Kill him. In the Myriad Demon Mountain, blood flowed like a river. It was like an abandoned land of the world. There were battles all day long, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The body of the celestial demon Overlord is unstoppable. The power of 4 universes. Great success of the extreme martial art, myriad flames of sea. Rumble. Countless blue lotuses appeared in a corner of the myriad demon mountain, causing the entire sky and earth to be filled with blooming lotuses. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, and there was only the resplendent scene of thousands of blooming lotuses. This was the peak of the extreme martial art. Through the cultivation of the spirit-fixing needle, this extreme martial art had transformed once again. Beautiful. It was extremely beautiful, and the world seemed to have become a world of lotuses. However, although it was beautiful, it was also like a forbidden land because the lotuses were flames. Terrifying. The demons were shocked, and more than half of them died. Demon King, move out. Rumble. At this moment, the earth trembled, and a few 100 meters tall bull-headed Demon King appeared. Black-horned Bull Demon King, an existence comparable to the 10 generals of the great Emperor Zhai Xing during the ancient era. 3 generals were dispatched to capture him alive. Unfortunately, after 10,000 years, his strength has decreased greatly. Let me show you the result of my 1 year of bitter cultivation. On the ground, the youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. Junior, when I swept through the ancient era, you were still reincarnating. A deep and tyrannical voice sounded at the same time. The bull-headed Demon King stomped on the ground, and the earth cracked open. Boundless energy gushed out from the cracks. You are not the demonic god. Under the gaze of countless demons, the youth put his left hand into his mouth and lightly bit on it. Blood flowed down his finger, but at this moment, a mist spread out. It was strange and mysterious. Essence, chi, and soul cultivation. I have reached the second stage of the celestial demon overlord physique. Chi and soul are currently suppressed by the void spirit lock, but I can feel that my soul power is increasing crazily. I'm afraid it has reached the 40th level, and the increase in soul power has allowed me to further control the ancient flame devil. Transformation stage. Accompanied by the youth's deep voice, the mist became more vast, as though something was burning in it. The bull-headed Demon King could clearly see that there was a demonic flame burning in it. The youth had turned into a demon. This was no longer the stage where a martial artist entered the body of a demonic god, nor was it the stage where the demonic god and the martial artist merged into one. This was the stage where the martial artist was the main body, and the demonic god was the support. The stage where the demonic god entered the martial artist's body was also called transformation. I don't want to fight this battle. The bull-headed Demon King's pupils constricted, and he ran away like a giant. Too slow. However, as the smoke spread out, a stern-looking youth appeared in front of the ox-headed demon god. 8 tails swayed behind him, and his long white hair bloomed like a sea urchin, reaching the youth's calves. The youth's eyes revealed a smile that was devilishly charming. Chapter 1237. All eyes so fast. Staring at the evil-looking youth, the bull-headed demon god drew a cold breath. Compared to the youth was even more demonic. The transformation stage allowed my strength to fuse with that of a demon god. My combat strength has increased 3-fold. The youth said sinisterly. His footsteps were like that of a fox as he slowly walked towards the bull-headed demon god. At this moment, the bull-headed demon god seemed to see the arrival of the great Emperor Zhai Xing, as well as the 72 demon gods at the peak of the heavens. Die. In front of a powerful enemy, the bull-headed demon god lived up to his name as an ancient fiendish demon. Even though it had been a long time and his strength had decreased greatly, his ferocity still remained. Seeing that there was no way to escape, he decided to fight to the death. I've been waiting for you. The youth mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of smoke. Rumble. Under the gaze of countless fiendish demons, the earth quaked and the sky seemed to split open. The mysterious white-haired youth actually held the bull-headed demon god in his hand and smashed the ground angrily. The bull-headed demon god was like a sandbag. In the sky, the earth tumbled. It was a shocking scene. No one could have imagined that the 2 demon gods had such a huge difference in size. However, the bull-headed demon god was the one being suppressed. The white-haired youth with 8 tails was too terrifying. Retreat into the depths of Myriad Demons Mountain. All the fiendish demons were afraid and fled. At the same time, a huge bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The bull-headed demon god was lying there with blood flowing like a river. The bull-headed demon god was only able to come out, but not enter. Beside the deep pit, the youth stood there nonchalantly. His white hair danced in the wind, as though he was a fey king that had descended. Go to Water Lake. You can recover from your injuries. Otherwise, you will die. Of course, if you can't withstand the pain during the recovery process, it will only prove that you are only a so-so. Glancing indifferently at the bull-headed demon god in the deep pit, the young man turned around and left. As the smoke filled the air, his body slowly shrank and he returned to his former handsome appearance. However, there was a hint of evilness in his eyes. In the deep pit, the bull-headed demon god's eyes were filled with horror. Previously, he had been completely defeated, but the youth did not kill him. It was as though he was only using him as a sparring partner. At the last moment, the youth even reminded him of the method to recover. This made the bull-headed demon god extremely grateful. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your strength has greatly increased. At the same time, Purple Elder appeared. His face was full of shock. After a year of bitter cultivation, after experiencing blood and sweat, His Majesty's strength had finally increased greatly. The ancient flame devil is divided into 3 stages. First, the devil god enters the body. Second, the devil god becomes one. Third, the transformation stage. Transformation should be the final stage, right? The young man smiled faintly. Your Majesty, that's exactly the case. What Your Majesty needs to do now is to devour the fire attribute devil god and restore Your Majesty's ancient flame devil to its peak state in ancient times. At that time, Your Majesty will be even more powerful. Elder Z said respectfully. I remember that Li Funga is a fire-type demon god. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he slowly walked forward. I'm going to challenge the undying fire king of the transcendent realm. I want to kill him within 10 moves. Yes, Your Majesty. Old Z said with admiration. He knew that His Majesty and the ancient flame devil were able to transform mainly because of His Majesty's soul power. His Majesty's cultivation was still at Transcendent Stage 2, but once he unlocked the Void Spirit Lock, who knows what realm he would reach. What was certain was that his strength had definitely increased by more than 2-fold. A year in the Purple Mansion was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Lin Ling is going to challenge Li Funga? Is this Lin Ling stupid? From what I know, this Lin Ling has just become a hero, and he dares to challenge the top 10 heroes. In one night, the news spread throughout the entire Xianping province. Countless experts were shocked, and those who lived near the ocean lookout corner all rushed over. Of course, they didn't forget to place their bets in the Martial Pavilion, and they bet on Li Funga. Although everyone knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak, and the hero's test had shocked the world, more people knew how powerful the Jiuli tribe was. Li Funga looked like a hero, but they knew that he was already a hero. It was just that he hadn't taken the hero's test, and when he wanted to take the test, he would have to wait for half a year. That was why he had been carrying the hero's token. Before dawn, the ocean lookout corner was unprecedentedly lively, causing the tranquil ocean in the distance to ripple. Gradually, a wisp of white appeared in the sky. Is it starting? Countless people looked up at the sky, and then their fanatical gazes landed on the ocean lookout platform. Was that the stage for today's battle? Lord Pu hasn't left yet. Many people then saw that the big shots from the Kuan Hall were also there, floating in the sky in the distance. Lu Susu and the other experts are here too. However, Lord Pu was only one of them. More top experts had also appeared, and they seemed to be curious about this shocking battle. At the same time, in the ancient city of the ocean lookout corner, a large number of figures stepped on the ground, and their auras were majestic. Among them, evil god North Deep and the people from the three-elemental Golden Dipper sect were there, and the leader was Li Fengge. At this moment, he had his hands behind his back, and he was indescribably proud. Li Fengge, I didn't expect your name to shake Xianping province today. Everyone knows about this shocking battle now. When he walked out of the ocean lookout corner, a large number of heroes around the street looked at Li Fengge and said. They were also attracted by the news, and some of them seemed to know Li Fengge. It's the hero Lu Yu, a transcendent stage 5 cultivator. Many people stared at the young man who spoke. The shocking battle between the strongest heroes had indeed attracted a lot of people. Who do you think you are? However, to everyone's surprise, Li Fengge glanced at the heroes indifferently and looked at the hero who spoke with disdain. This made Lu Yu's pupils constrict. Li Fengge was just a hero, how could he use such a tone to talk to him? It's just a claptrap. Li Fengge, don't be too arrogant. Lu Yu said coldly. The crowd was also astonished. They did not expect Li Fengge's hedonistic ways to be so overbearing and arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant? Li Fengge didn't care about Lu Yu's anger at all. He stomped heavily on the street, and a pair of black fists appeared in his hands. A mysterious power erupted from his fists, and he shot towards Lu Yu like a cannonball. As soon as the fist came out, the void rippled like waves. Jiuli fist, 3 heads 6 arms. Boom! A terrifying thing happened. The fist turned into a 6-armed fist, as if it was the most ancient fist of a giant, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was integrated into the fist. Bastard! Roar! Lu Yu roared. Li Fengge was too arrogant, he actually attacked him. Great Wild Illusion Palm. Roar. Chapter 1238. Holy Mother of Nine Li, is the shocking battle between Lin Ling and Li Fengge going to be cancelled? Is it going to be a battle between Li Fengge and a hero? The crowd was shocked. This battle was going to be very exciting. Rumble. However, something unexpected happened. Li Fengge punched out as if he wanted to obliterate all martial arts in the world. The Great Wild Illusion Palm shattered the jade-like palm and eventually turned into glass-like fragments. The fist did not stop there. It blasted Lu Yu out of the sea gazebo and into the distant sea. Defeated in one move! Exclamation point. At this moment, the entire sea lookout corner was silent. Even a hero couldn't block one move. This Li Fengge was too fierce. At this moment, Li Fengge smiled faintly. Black boxing gloves appeared on his hands. He raised them high, and an ancient aura filled the air. The sun-annihilating boxing gloves are the boxing gloves passed down by the Jiuli tribe from ancient times. It was left behind by the ancient expert Chi Yu. You think you are qualified to fight me? Exclamation point. After saying this, Li Fengge looked at Lu Yu with disdain and led evil god Northern Darkness and the others forward. The sun-extinguishing gloves. I don't know what level of treasure it is, but it seems to be able to release the power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can increase a martial artist's attack by 30%. He was one of the 10 great blacksmiths of the Pill Refinement Union. That's right. This Li Fengge is not simple. He has a lot of treasures on him. The necklace he's wearing seems to be the Gu Lan necklace from the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom. It can restore spiritual source twice as fast. Lu Susu also stared at Li Fengge with a strange light in her eyes. Li Fengge was not good at other things, but he was very good at reincarnation. As the grand young master of the Nine Li tribe, he could get whatever he wanted. Who dares to bully you? Exclamation point. At this moment, the clouds in the distance rumbled. 10 Fire Age heavenly deer that were as large as tigers were dragging a luxurious carriage. From the ground, it looked like a meteor crashing into the earth. Fire Age heavenly deer, a Class 7 wild beast. It has the ability to traverse the void. Even though its combat prowess is not strong, it is extremely difficult to capture due to its incredible speed. However, someone is actually using it as a mount, and 10 of them at that. Many people were stunned. Who was this person? What a grand scene. Even Lu Susu and Lord Pu's eyes flashed. They didn't expect that the world-shaking battle today would attract so many ancient characters. And that person should be none other than the Holy Mother of the Nine Li tribe. The carriage came closer and closer before finally stopping in the sky, overlooking all living beings. Sitting in the carriage was a fat old woman. Her hair was white, but her fatness was beyond everyone's imagination. She was like a mountain of meat, and her eyes were a strange green. Her indifferent gaze swept over all the martial artists in the Sea Lookout Cape, as if no one could escape her eyes. Is that you? The old woman stretched out her fat hand and pointed at the group of people below. The group of people narrowed their eyes. They didn't provoke Li Fengge. How dare you violate the dignity of the Nine Li tribe? Even if you are the descendant of the 7 emperors, you will still die. The old woman waved her hand gently, and a terrifying astral wind appeared, sweeping across the earth. At this moment, the sky seemed to have turned dark. Rumble. In the Sea Lookout Cape, a towering force erupted. A large number of martial artists were shredded into pieces by the astral wind. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this old woman? The crowd in the distance was terrified. What a powerful force. Could it be that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars had arrived? Holy Mother of the Nine Li, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, a delicate voice sounded. It was Lu Susu's voice. Many people were dazed. That mountain-like old demon was actually the Holy Mother of the Nine Li? Many people had heard of this name before. This old demon was a character from the ancient era. She was as famous as the 4 great ancient nations. Even the Langia 10 halls and the carefree 10 halls had to give her face. Today, she had come. And she was Li Fengge's grandmother. Oh, you slut, you are also here. Where is the tranquil empress? Why didn't she keep an eye on you? The Holy Mother of the Nine Li said sinisterly. The fat on her body trembled. It was a shocking sight. Today's auction in the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth has just ended. The Sea Lookout Cape is still the territory of the auction. Holy Mother of the Nine Li, you are so overbearing. Are you trying to provoke the tranquil empress? Lu Susu frowned and said solemnly. Her words made the Holy Mother of the Nine Li close her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, she did not look at Lu Susu. Obviously, she was afraid of the tranquil empress, so she gave her some face. Grandmother. On the ground, Li Fengge looked at the Holy Mother of the Nine Li and laughed loudly. Good grandson, tell me. Who bullied you? I will destroy their entire country. The Holy Mother of the Nine Li looked at Li Fengge dotingly. Ancient warriors like her were too powerful, so it was difficult for them to have descendants. There were only 1 or 2 direct descendants in thousands of years, so they doted on them. No wonder Li Fengge is so arrogant. His grandmother is so powerful. Many people stared at the Holy Mother of the Nine Li and thought to themselves. Li Fengge's background was indeed powerful. There are many people who bully me. They see that I am young, so they take advantage of their seniority to make things difficult for me in the Sea Lookout Cape. But grandmother, I have also grown up. I will settle today's matter myself. Li Fengge said with a smile. There was a touch of arrogance on his face. Since his grandmother was here, he wanted to see who would dare to be arrogant. Good, good, good. I will watch from here. If anyone dares to bully you, I will destroy them. The Holy Mother of the Nine Li said in a hoarse voice. The fat on her body trembled. Her terrifying aura made many people tremble violently. The Qiyu lineage was indeed overbearing. Today is a battle between heroes. There is no such thing as bullying. So, Holy Mother of the Nine Li, why don't you bring your grandson back? Otherwise, let your grandson fight with others. Life and death will be up to fate. At this moment, clouds drifted over from the distance. They were hazy and then formed a palace. In that magnificent palace, a middle-aged man in a brown robe stood there calmly. He did not seem to be afraid of the Holy Mother of the Ninely, so he looked directly at her. Interesting. Even Shui Wu is here. Lord Pu stared at the middle-aged man and smiled evilly. The middle-aged man was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, the palace lord of the Black-White Dao Palace, Lord Shui Wu. The crowd was in an uproar. This shocking battle had not yet begun, but it seemed that a large number of top warriors had already moved out. This battle was indeed shocking. Little Shui Wu. Chapter 1239. Lin Ling exited seclusion. You can call me a child, but today's battle will be watched by everyone. I hope Senior Ninely Holy Mother will not interrupt. Of course, before the battle begins, you can take your grandson away, but once it begins, outsiders are not allowed to participate. Lady Shui Wu shouted coldly, not afraid of the ancient masters. Good. Ninely Holy Mother pondered for a moment and nodded coldly. At present, Lu Susu and Lady Shui Wu had both stepped forward, and their backers were not to be underestimated, so she had to give them face. Of course, she had full confidence in her grandson's strength, so she agreed not to interfere no matter the result of this battle. However, what made her curious was who the junior who dared to challenge her grandson was. He was so bold that he attracted so many masters to protect him. This was extremely rare even in Xianping province. The entire sea lookout corner suddenly became tense. Countless masters were quietly waiting for the earth-shattering battle. On a mountain peak in the distance, a middle-aged man in luxurious brocade robes stood quietly. He had 4 eyes on his face, as if he could see through all the secrets of the world. He was Heavenly Venerable Su Xing. Lin Ling really can't be underestimated, but what surprises me is that he has just reached the transcendent realm, and now he dares to challenge the 10 great heroes. Where does his confidence come from? However, he will definitely die at the hands of Li Fengge. At the same time, on the other side, the Second Life Ghost King sat in his palanquin, watching the scene in the distance. The old ancestor is wise. This Lin Ling really can't be provoked. A voice sounded in the palanquin, causing the Second Life Ghost King's pale face to cough a few times. His eyes were still flashing. With my experience of 2 lives, I have a feeling that this is only a part of Lin Ling's mysteries. There are more things about him that this old ancestor hasn't seen through yet. This little guy is like a free and unfettered prince, as if he came from another world. Then who will win this battle? The voice came again from the palanquin. On the surface, Lin Ling is bound to lose, but for some reason, I think it's 50-50. The Second Life Ghost King said lightly. At this moment, not only him, but everyone was guessing who would win and who would lose. Li Fengge was from the Jiuli tribe, a descendant of Qi Yu's bloodline. Qi Yu was a legendary figure and no one had ever seen him. They only knew that he was the king of the sorcerer tribe, a powerful emperor who had surpassed the antiquity times and traced back to the ancient times. With such an ancestor, Li Fengge could not be weak. Moreover, many people knew that Li Fengge had the devil god in his body. As for Lin Ling, it was said that he came from an insignificant 8-star Saint domain. But once he rose up, his name shook the world. In a short period of time, he dared to challenge the 10 great heroes. However, many people were sure that Lin Ling was not weak. Otherwise, Mistress Aqua Mist wouldn't have appeared on his behalf. It was just that it was hard to guess just how strong he was. And the next shocking battle would prove everything. If he lost, Lin Ling, a peerless genius, would disappear from the world. If he won, another expert would be born in Xianping province. More and more people gathered. At the same time, the sun gradually rose in the sky. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Even the distant sea seemed to have sensed the oppressive atmosphere. Towering waves continued to erupt. Pa! At this moment, in an inn in the sea-gazing corner, a slender figure slowly walked down the stairs. The moment the footsteps sounded, the hearts of the people outside the inn trembled fiercely. They looked at the entrance of the inn in unison and saw a blue-robed man quietly walk out. His handsome face was gradually bathed in the morning sun. The young man walked out slowly with a smile. "I've kept everyone waiting." A soft sentence, as calm as before, made the people outside the inn laugh. They looked at each other and nodded. "Lin Ling, you've finally come out." They were the old man Dong Fu, Yang Gan, the old man of the South Pole and the others. "Everyone has been waiting for your shocking battle." "There are many people who have come," the old man Dong Fu said with a serious expression. "I know." Lin Ling's gaze looked at the morning sun in the sky. His smile deepened. The morning sun represented vitality, represented the future. Then under the morning sun, he would welcome the shocking battle. This battle was Lin Ling's grandest battle since he arrived at Blackping region, and it represented the battle that allowed him to rise completely. This battle also represented a battle to protect. A man had to protect the peaceful place in his heart. Through this battle, he would tell everyone that he, Lin Ling, could not be violated by anyone. This battle, he had to win. "Let's go." Saying lightly, Lin Ling took a step forward and walked out first. This little guy. Looking at the free and easy back view, the old man of the South Pole and the other strong cultivators shook their heads helplessly. The Lin Ling of the past was like a junior to them. But today, the Lin Ling of today made them look up to him. To be able to gather all the strong cultivators of Xianping province, this was something they could not do. Moreover, with so many strong cultivators coming out and the battle being the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Ling was so calm. They could not do this either. Lin Ling, so strong, like a venerable emperor. Yang Gan also looked at Lin Ling's back that was illuminated by the sunlight, his heart surging. He never imagined that Lin Ling, who also came from the tiny 6 sacred domains, would be able to accomplish such a sensational feat today. This was an earth-shaking battle. This sort of earth-shaking battle wasn't something that could be said to be earth-shaking. It required the approval of others. At the very least, when Yang Gan fought with other cultivators, no one would come to watch, much less think that it was some sort of earth-shaking battle. "Lin Ling, you must win. Behind you stand Yu and the others, as well as the millions of people in the 6 saint domains. They are all watching you." Suddenly, a sense of heroism rose in Yang Gan's heart. He could not shock the world, but he could support this battle. "Pa!" The sound of footsteps could be heard. As if following a venerable emperor, he caught up to Lin Ling. At this moment, the sea lookout corner was silent. Countless gazes were quietly waiting for time to pass. At the same time, their hearts were inexplicably boiling. "Lin Ling, coward, did you run away?" At this moment, a proud and cold voice came out mightily. Li Fengge was sitting on a chair, holding a wine pot in one hand and grapes in the other. He was indescribably comfortable and domineering, as if he was not worried about the upcoming battle at all. This attitude made countless people's eyes flicker. They were speechless. It could only be said that Li Fengge had an advantage over ordinary people since he was young, causing him to be arrogant and overbearing. Of course, he seemed to have the right to be arrogant. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Chapter 1240. Opening the curtain, your mouth is still as smelly as ever. Li Fengge stared at the handsome figure walking out from the street and smashed the wine jug in his hand onto the ground. That nameless young man always made him want to kill him. "You're still as ugly as ever." Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally appeared in front of everyone. "He's the trash that wants to fight with my grandson? He's only at the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm, he's just courting death." Ninely Holy Mother also saw the person who caused a sensation in Xianping province and shook her head in disdain. One must know that every year, a monstrous genius would be born in Xianping province, and this year, it was Lin Ling. However, seeing him in person was not as good as hearing about him. Lin Ling is here. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was excited at this moment. Lord Water Mist helplessly shook her head. She also didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was famous in the Outstanding Elites examination not long ago, would dare to challenge one of the top 10 Outstanding Elites today. It seemed that there was nothing this little guy couldn't do. Lin Ling, you're too late and made everyone wait for too long. Don't you think you should do something? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Jin Luotong, who lost to Lin Ling in the past. He strode out and glared at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone. Hee, isn't the loser from the Langia 10 halls? Why are you acting like a dog today? Facing Jin Luotong's provocation, Lin Ling smiled faintly and led Yang Gan and the others out from the ocean lookout corner. Bastard, I'm just unhappy on behalf of the other experts. You're just a junior, what right do you have to make everyone wait for so long? Stop right now and apologize. Jin Luotong's face instantly turned ugly. He took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone and let everyone know that he lost to Lin Ling in the past because he was careless. Raging Bull Charge. Rumble. The void exploded and Jin Luotong's figure disappeared. Everyone saw a huge ancient bull charging towards Lin Ling. That collision caused a large number of buildings in the ocean lookout corner to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. This guy is messing around. Many people shouted. Today was an earth-shattering battle, so why should Jin Luotong? However, they didn't. They wanted to see whether Lin Ling was qualified to fight with Li Fengge. If Jin Luotong, then Lin Ling, it would be better if Lin Ling. This Lin Ling looks very calm. I wonder if he's faking it. She could see that although Jin Luotong didn't unleash the Heavenly Desolate Heavenly Bull, he had borrowed a portion of the Heavenly Desolate Heavenly Bull's power. So, how would Lin Ling deal with it? Loser, do you think you have the right to be arrogant today? Lin Ling didn't need to face the huge ancient bull. In the past, he had to use the ancient flame demon, but now he didn't need to. To put it bluntly, Jin Luotong was like an ant in his heart. Lin Ling, if you want to fight young Master Li, you'll have to go through me first. Rumble. The street exploded and stones sputtered everywhere. For ordinary Transcendent Realm Masters, Jin Luotong's collision was too terrifying. Many of them couldn't withstand it, but Lin Ling dared to fight with Li Fengge. At the very least, he had to block this collision, perhaps even using his full strength. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and pointed his 5 fingers forward, trying to block the collision with a very calm posture. He's crazy. He didn't use any martial arts. The crowd was stunned and gasped. Boom! There was a loud bang, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. A large number of bricks at the city gate of Sea Lookout shattered. Then, under countless shocked gazes, everyone saw Jin Luotong's body appear. He was still in the same posture as before, but his momentum had been stopped. And what had stopped him was only a palm. At this moment, the sounds of the martial artists who had come because of his reputation sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another. You're not qualified to fight me. Get lost. Lin Ling's eyes were indifferent as he said softly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out lightly. It was as if he was punching Jin Luotong's head. At this moment, Jin Luotong was shocked. Although he did not use the demon god Heavenly Desolate Divine Bull, he still borrowed a portion of its power. If Lin Ling wanted to take on his attack, he would also need to borrow a portion of the ancient Flame Devil's power. However, reality showed him that Lin Ling did not need to borrow any power. Defeating him was like defeating a dog. Compared to the last time, Lin Ling's strength had improved again. Pop! Pop! At the same time, Jin Luotong sensed Lin Ling's punch coming. He roared, "In your dreams." Boom! However, when his head collided with Lin Ling's fist, he immediately felt as if he had hit an indestructible mountain. A terrifying force hit him, causing his body to fly out uncontrollably. He smashed out of the city and landed on a mountain in the distance. Jin Luotong was defeated in 2 moves. The crowd was still shocked. The gap was too big. In other words, Lin Ling was qualified to challenge Li Fengge. Bastard, I haven't lost yet. At this moment, the rocks in the distance exploded, and Jin Luotong's angry voice rang out at the same time. Earlier, he had been slightly injured, but the humiliation in his heart was greater than the injury. He had actually been sent flying by a single punch from Lin Ling. One had to know that he was a genius of the Langia 10 halls. Trash, do you want to die before you know you've lost? Lin Ling shouted coldly. His target today was Li Fengge, so he did not care about Jin Luotong. However, if Jin Luotong wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. Lin Ling, leave this guy to me. At this moment, Yang Gan's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling to be startled. Yang Gan wanted to help him. I'm also from the 6 sacred regions. I'm your comrade, your comrade. I'm no match for Li Fengge, but I can still face some small fries. Most importantly, it's a battle of kings. Jin Luotong is not qualified to stop you. Yang Gan smiled. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Comrade? That was a good feeling. Alright, I'll leave this guy to you. After saying this, Lin Ling looked at Li Fengge. He revealed a devilish smile. Leave that annoying bastard to me. I want him to know that the so-called Jiuli tribe is far inferior to the 6 sacred regions. After saying this, Lin Ling walked towards Li Fengge step by step. His heroic voice sounded at the same time, Li Fengge, come out and die. This sentence is for you. At the same time, Li Fengge licked his lips and jumped up. Today, I'll kill you and become famous in Xianping province. I'll become a great hero. Swoosh. He took a step and shot towards the sea in the distance. On the turbulent sea, he waved at Lin Ling. In terms of eloquence, I'm not as good as you. In terms of strength, you're not as good as me. Is that so? You talk a lot of nonsense now, and your eloquence is not inferior to mine. However, I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Rumble. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. He shot towards the sea like a cannonball. Wherever he passed, it was like a shark piercing through the sea. Waves soared into the sky. In just an instant, the 2 King of Heroes stood on the sea. Countless people at the sea lookout point felt their blood boil. This shocking battle was finally about to begin. Chapter 1241. Bloody Battle. Bang. 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 The battle at the center of the sea had yet to begin, but the battle at the edge of the sea was already in full swing. It was a battle between Yang Gan and Jin Luotong. What was surprising was that the unknown youth also possessed a demon god, and he was on par with Jin Luotong. This battle record was shocking. Of course, what shocked them the most was that this youth had the potential to become a great hero, but he was willing to be Lin Ling's subordinate. This Lin Ling was so bold. You also possess the 72 demon gods of the heavenly vault? At this moment, Jin Luotong was extremely surprised. His opponent had a golden gourd that shot out rays of light that seemed to be able to kill gods and demons. You can't even defeat me. What qualifications do you have to challenge Lin Ling? Yang Gan held the 7 treasures golden reed in his hand, his expression extremely cold. The only thing he could do was to let Lin Ling fight with all his strength, and leave the rest to him. With such talent, you are actually willing to follow Lin Ling. Why don't you come to my Langia 10th temple? The Golden Armor King will definitely think highly of you. Jin Luotong said with a frown. Golden Armor King? Is he very powerful? However, I believe in Lin Ling more. He is the man standing above me, and he will become an emperor in the future. The Golden Armor King is not qualified to recruit me. Now, let's fight. Yang Gan refused without hesitation. He raised the 7 treasures golden reed with both hands, and the mouth of the gourd shone brightly. Crazy. Jean Luodong's expression was extremely ugly. Geniuses with demon gods were all arrogant and difficult to convince. However, Yang Gan was willing to follow Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Moreover, I will let you see with your own eyes how Lin Ling is defeated. Let me tell you, Li Fengge cannot win. Cut the crap. I will defeat you after Lin Ling wins. The two entangled again, and the shocking battle made people's blood boil. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling in the distance. It had to be said that Lin Ling had a good brother who was willing to retreat to the front line and let all the light shroud Lin Ling. Of course, with such a friendship, Lin Ling would not let him down. At this moment, the two figures faced off against each other above the turbulent sea, causing waves to soar to the sky. And Li Fengge to laugh. Soon, Li Fengge smiled and said, I thought you were just an ant. Who knew that your influence would be so great? My battle with you actually caused a commotion in the great Xianping region. You've died a worthy death. Moreover, as a reward, I'll send your ashes back to your hometown after you die. Everything you have will belong to me. Pop. Pop. Along with his voice, a vigorous spiritual source burst out. It was like 4 heavenly rivers, causing the entire sea to rush out like snakes of water. The scene was extremely spectacular. Transcendent Stage 4, and not an ordinary one. Li Fengge is indeed not simple. The people in the distance were shocked. With his trump cards, it won't be hard for him to kill a Transcendent Stage 6 expert. Someone said indifferently. This person was the expert who was attacked by Lin Ling during the auction. He was from the Hong residence, one of the 4 pillars. The Hong residence was also a descendant of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 ancient countries. Therefore, he was very familiar with the Jiuli tribe. A Transcendent Stage 6 expert? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Although the 2 Transcendent Realm experts seemed to be on par with each other, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Li Fengge had indeed concealed his strength well. In this battle, no one knew how many trump cards Lin Ling could force Li Fengge to use. He's making his move. At this moment, the sea exploded. Among the countless waves, a figure shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. At the same time, an arrogant voice sounded, Lin Ling, don't be killed by my fist. Otherwise, it'll be too disappointing. Li Fengge had made his move. Countless eyes looked towards Lin Ling. They saw Lin Ling also burst out with spiritual energy. It was 3 streams of spiritual energy. Compared to Li Fengge, he was obviously weaker. Since his momentum was weaker from the start, Lin Ling could only walk towards his death step by step. He's still a Transcendent Stage 2 expert. What can he do with such a cultivation? Evil God Northern Darkness laughed sinisterly. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling die. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He didn't underestimate Li Fengge. Although the latter was brainless, due to his family background, he could be considered a genius. Therefore, Lin Ling quietly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the sword in his hand. He's crazy. He's going to meet force with force. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, the crowd frowned. Any martial artist with rich combat experience knew that when facing a martial artist with a higher cultivation level than them, one shouldn't meet force with force. This was using one's own weakness against the other's strength. Li Fengge, if you die, I'll send your ashes to your grandmother. Uprooting the heavens. A cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword was like a rainbow as he slashed out with the power of the first layer of the fiend god Overlord body. Boom! Under countless gazes, the 2 dazzling figures quickly drew closer and collided in the sea. One side was a dazzling pitch-black fist, while the other side was a majestic greatsword. At the moment of collision, an earth-shattering sound also erupted. However, although Li Fengge's spiritual energy was strong, he didn't gain any advantage when he clashed with Lin Ling's sword. The fist and the sword were evenly matched. Seeing this, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only at the second layer of the transcendent realm. Even if he had 3 spiritual sources, it was impossible for him to block Li Fengge's fist. One must know that Li Fengge's fist contained the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, increasing his attack power by 30%. With one punch, even a 5th layer of the transcendent realm expert would be defeated. Lu Yu from before was a clear example. Lin Ling also has a mysterious power. Many ancient experts' eyes turned solemn. This Lin Ling wasn't simple. In their first confrontation, they were evenly matched. This was beyond their imagination. You didn't disappoint me. You actually blocked my fist. However, you're dying too quickly. It's hard for me to show my strength. Li Fengge maintained his fist and shouted. Although he was surprised, he was more excited. Lin Ling wasn't as weak as he thought. This was going to be fun. Jiuli fist, 5 metals resisting mountain. Withdrawing his right fist, Li Fengge took a step back and his fists collided. A strange thing happened. Golden light shone from his fists and rings of ripples bloomed. Then, he punched out with both fists. This punch will heavily injure you. Bang! 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 His fist punched out in golden rings of light, boundless and majestic, crashed into the sea, creating a huge whirlpool. Your gloves aren't bad, but if you want to defeat me with that, you'd better use more trump cards. Lin Ling said indifferently. He tightened his grip on the tyrannical song and jumped up, slashing down as if he was holding a giant axe. Earth uprooting. Chapter 1242. Unstoppable Kacha. Under countless horrified gazes, the golden halos were actually split into 2, and even the sea was split into 2. A huge gully appeared, but there was no water in it. So powerful. Seeing this terrifying scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was even more powerful than they had imagined. 9 Li's fist, 5 flames cauldron. Li Fengge's eyes turned cold. His fists turned into shadows and fiercely blasted out. A large number of fists blasted towards Lin Ling like meteors. These fists were like the fists of an ancient emperor. They're actually all extreme martial arts. Such a shocking attack will exhaust Li Fengge's spiritual energy. Many people were astonished by the magnificent fire fist. They now knew where Li Fengge's strength lay. One must know that ordinary people's extreme martial arts couldn't be like Li Fengge, blasting out densely. This also meant that Li Fengge's extreme martial arts had already reached the stage where he could casually use them. Heavenly Sword. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Above the sea, a sword fiercely slashed towards the sky. The sword light was like a pillar. Hong long long. Wherever the sword passed, all the fists were cut apart. A meteor shower erupted in the sky. It was gorgeous and resplendent. 5 Earth Town. 5 trees towering sky. Li Fengge's face turned ugly. A large number of extreme martial arts also burst out. His fists were simply omnipotent, allowing him to control a total of 5 extreme martial arts. This was one of his trump cards. It's time for your arrogance to end. I said that I would seriously injure you, and I'll keep my word. A cold snort was accompanied by a rain of attacks that enveloped Lin Ling. One extreme martial art could be blocked, but what about 5? From a distance, the scene was magnificent. There were ancient cities, towering ancient trees, golden rippling fists, and flaming fists. It formed a scene of chaotic doomsday. 5 extreme martial arts? the people in the distance were shocked. Most of the transcendents among them had mastered one extreme martial art, but Li Fengge actually had 5, and all of them were at the grand accomplishment stage. Li Fengge was simply an undefeatable existence among heroes. Lin Ling is in danger. No, he has the ancient flame devil. He's going to use it. Countless eyes then looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to reveal his new trump card. Obviously, everyone also knew that Lin Ling was able to become one of the supporting characters in this shocking battle. He indeed had some ability. Lin Ling, don't be careless. When it's time to use the 72 demon gods, you must use it. Old man Dong Fu and the others also looked at Lin Ling with a trace of nervousness in their hearts. Hee, just watch. Lin Ling will be defeated in front of you. You will regret your choice. Jin Luotong was still fighting with Yang Gan. He couldn't help but shout, causing Yang Gan to look at the sea with a trace of worry in his eyes. He knew that if Lin Ling used the ancient flame devil, he might be able to block that huge blow, but Lin Ling's momentum would be weakened. After all, everyone knew that Li Fengge also had a demon god. The battle between the two of them was to see who would use their trump card first. Under countless gazes, Li Fengge's terrifying attack was already in front of Lin Ling. The 5 extreme martial arts enveloped Lin Ling, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. This brat is crazy. He doesn't even need to use his demon god. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was too stubborn. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded, unstoppable. The power of a tornado erupted in that terrifying martial arts world. The crowd saw that the handsome blue-robed youth was holding a sword with both hands. His arms were like dragons and tigers, and the sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Boom! Boom! The huge sword was like a rainbow. There was no need to use any martial arts, strength represented everything. 2 million small worlds erupted and the extreme martial arts that covered the sky were all cut apart. One had to know that Lin Ling had awakened 2 million small worlds, and his entire body's strength was 200 million, and when he used Unstoppable, his strength could reach a terrifying 400 million, which was the strength of 4 universes. Such strength was rarely seen in Xianping province. Boom! 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 Resplendent light exploded around Lin Ling. As if the sea was stirred, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sea with Lin Ling as the center. One person wielding a sword, unstoppable. How is this possible? Li Fengge's expression changed. How could this be? Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of Transcendent Realm. How could he block his 5 extreme martial arts? Clang! Lin Ling swung his sword again, and the huge golden halo fist in front of him was cut in half. Even the momentum of heaven and earth could not stop his sword. He stepped on the clouds and slowly walked toward Li Fengge. Sorry, I am not injured yet. You! Li Fengge recovered from his shock and anger surged in his heart. Previously, when he used his trump card, he didn't intend to kill Lin Ling. Instead, he wanted to injure Lin Ling and humiliate him. However, he failed. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you must have unleashed some kind of potential and stimulated the strength in your body. This kind of strength shouldn't last long. Subsequently, Li Fengge sneered. His fist assumed an ancient posture and punched out once again. The golden halo enveloped Lin Ling and contained an unstoppable power of heaven and earth. Are you trying to comfort yourself? Lin Ling shook his head and continued forward. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed down as the golden halo approached. Kacha! With the power of heaven and earth, Li Fengge's extreme martial art was split into 2 again. The halo split apart and passed through Lin Ling, smashing into the sea and evaporating the seawater. In terms of sharpness, this slash made Li Fengge understand what it meant to be unstoppable. It's time for you to use your trump card. Otherwise, you will die. Stepping on the void exploded. Lin Ling shot forward and waved his sword, encompassing the 4 seas. You don't have the qualifications. Li Fengge's face was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling was stronger than he had imagined. After a cold shout, he also shot forward and punched out continuously. Boom! Boom! In the middle of the sea, the terrifying battle erupted once again. In just a short period of time, the battle went from the sky to the depths of the sea. That kind of collision was shocking. As for the sea-gazing corner area, it was completely silent. Some of the transcendents felt their hearts trembling violently. Even they couldn't help but feel hatred in their hearts after witnessing such a crazy battle. Who would have thought that Li Fengge's strength would be so terrifying? Such a person was already qualified to take the Great Hero test, yet he still carried the hero token with him. Of course, the shock that Li Fengge brought to them wasn't that great. The biggest shock was still Lin Ling. This person had risen overnight and was actually able to fight with Li Fengge until now. Who could compete with such spirit? That man and sword left a heavy shadow in everyone's heart. One is a genius from the ancient era and the other is a genius from a tiny sacred domain. Both of them are monstrous. I wonder who will lose this battle. Chapter 1243. Qiyu the demon lord in the crowd, the beautiful eyes of a woman who looked like a goddess flickered incessantly. She was Luo Xueman, and at that moment, she could not be any more shocked. She had been defeated by Lin Ling in the past, and Lin Ling had called her a toad, but now, she was willing to accept it. Lin Ling had fought against 10 great heroes and even fought them to a draw. That was something she could never do. Lin Ling, you're a genius. Unfortunately, you've met Li Fengge. At that moment, an ancient voice came from the sea-gazing corner. Many people looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a robe embroidered with 8 trigrams. His eyebrows were high, his sideburns were sharp like swords, and his eyes were sharp like lightning. Apparently, another top expert from Xianping province had come to spectate the battle. Tian Xiangzi, you're here too. Lord Pu glanced at the man calmly. He recognized the man as an expert from the Kuan Palace. I heard that a peerless genius is going to be born, so I came to take a look. I wonder if this peerless genius is qualified to become one of the 10 unfettered palaces or Langya palaces, said the middle-aged man with a smile, his eyes fixed on the battle in the distance. Tian Xiangzi. Many people glared at the elegant middle-aged man. Many of them had heard of this name before. He was an expert from the Kuan Palace. He was an expert in the heavenly stems and astral divination, and was extremely accurate. For example, he was the one who predicted the Golden Armor King's identity a long time ago. At that time, he only met the Golden Armor King once and was certain that he was a peerless genius. As expected, in less than 10 years, the Golden Armor King had become one of the 10 palace lords of Langya palaces. What do you think of this battle? Asked Lord Pu with a smile. Li Fengge has hidden his strength well. He has too many trump cards. He's one of the shattered souls from the ancient times, so he'll definitely win this battle, said Tian Xiangzi with a faint smile. A tortoise shell and dragon bone appeared in his hand, emitting a mysterious glow, as if he had seen something. A shattered soul? Many people frowned. What was that? It's just a soul fragment of a great expert from the ancient times. Even so, it's not something we can offend. Tian Xiangzi seemed to know everyone's doubts. He repeated himself. He still believed that Li Fengge would win and Lin Ling would die. Currently, Lin Ling is suppressing Li Fengge. Your star divination Dao may not be accurate, Lu Susu said faintly. Hall Master Lu, you're underestimating this heaven. This heaven has divined my entire life, and I've never spoken nonsense. As long as there's 90% confidence, this heaven will affirm it. But if there's only 50% confidence, this heaven won't speak with certainty, Tian Wenzi said faintly. The Tao of divination was rarely certain, but this time, he was certain. Clearly, his tortoiseshell and dragon bone allowed him to see Li Fengge's secret. If you want me to fail in my divination, firstly, the other party's strength and soul power must surpass mine, and the heavenly secrets must not be leaked, causing me to be unable to see through them. Secondly, as long as it's someone from this world, there's no one I can't divine," said Tian Xiangzi. Lu Susu remained silent. She believed Tian Xiangzi's words. Besides, Tian Xiangzi had no reason to lie. "Then I wonder which great figure's soul fragment has entered Li Fengge's body," said Shui Wu, frowning. "If Lin Ling's strength is not bad, he can make Li Fengge use his trump card. If Lin Ling is only a so-so, then none of you will know. As for what it is, this heaven can't reveal it," said Tian Xiangzi, shaking his head. Many people sighed in their hearts. If that was the case, Lin Ling would lose this battle no matter what. The only difference was whether he could make Li Fengge use his secret or not. "Did you hear that? The man above you is going to lose." At this moment, the battle between Jin Luotong and Yang Gan had already ended. Jin Luotong was rejoicing in Yang Gan's misfortune, his words causing Yang Gan's eyes to narrow. Honestly speaking, he also believed in Tian Xiangzi's words. After all, Tian Xiangzi was too strong. He wouldn't make a mistake in his calculations. "Impossible. How can a man who can stand above me be defeated so easily?" said Yang Gan, shaking his head. He remembered the first time he met Lin Ling. That stubborn young man had left a deep impression on him at that time. "This is the will of the heavens," said Jin Luotong with a sneer. He took a big step forward and fought Yang Gan again. "Lin Ling will definitely win. If he dies, I will accompany him to the 9 Serenities hell to fight," said Yang Gan, suppressing the anger in his heart. He also took a big step forward. Was this the will of the heavens? He believed that Lin Ling would control his own life. At this moment, the battle in the sea was still crazy. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Li Fengge was losing ground, and his momentum was weakening. His face was extremely ferocious. In this battle, he wanted to make a name for himself in the Xianpeng territory. However, this was just a warm-up, and he was being suppressed. What terrified him the most was that Lin Ling did not seem to be tired at all, and his spiritual source was not consumed much. On the contrary, Li Fengge's spiritual source was greatly depleted. What mysterious power was supporting Lin Ling? Enough. This was just a warm-up. It's time for you to end your arrogance. Finally, a beam of light burst into the sky. The seawater was sucked in by the beam of light and rushed into the sky. Within the beam of light, Li Fengge's eyes were cold. He opened his hands and an ancient emperor's aura spread out. "The warm-up is over." Li Fengge's cold voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble violently. Was Li Fengge finally going to use his trump card? At the same time, Lin Ling stopped and looked at Li Fengge with a frown. He noticed that Li Fengge's aura had changed. It was more ancient, majestic, and domineering. It was as if Li Fengge had become another person. "Do you know what my innate holy physique is?" The towering pillar of light gradually dimmed, and a burly figure walked out from it. At this moment, Li Fengge's transformation was even greater. His skin had turned pitch black, and a pair of red horns slowly grew from the top of his head. The horns did not look like the horns of a bull, but more like the horns of some kind of demon sovereign. They were wriggling and frightening. "My innate sacred body is the ancient gathering body. This innate sacred body is very rare, but it is also very useless. Therefore, in the previous battle, I needed to borrow the power of the sun annihilating gloves. However, this innate sacred body is not completely useless. Its only advantage is to enter dreams." A cold voice drifted out from Li Fengge's mouth, shocking the waves and causing them to move one after another. Enter dreams? Many people's eyes flickered. What kind of sacred body was this? The Holy Mother of Jiuli smiled faintly. The fat on her body trembled. She knew what enter dreams was. The so-called enter dreams is to enter the dreams of experts and summon them back. With this sacred body, I traveled through countless realms to find a dream that was suitable for me. Finally, one day, I found him. I knew that the greatest power of my sacred body was to allow me to bear his existence. His broken soul also entered my body. So now, come out, Chiyu the demon. Chapter 1244. Defeated in one move at the same time, endless black chi spread out from Lifunga's body. At this moment, his cultivation seemed to be at Transcendent Realm 4th layer, but it gave people the feeling that he was invincible in the Transcendent Realm. This is the third time in my life that I've used Demon Venerable Chiyu. In the previous 2 times, countless masters died at my hands. I seem to have killed 2 great heroes as well. As for heroes, I can't remember how many I've killed. A hoarse voice was heard. Under countless horrified gazes, Lifunga had transformed into a demon lord. There were 2 red horns on his head, a pair of wings on his back, and his pitch-black skin was as hard as steel. His feet suddenly enlarged, and 1 foot actually had 9 toes. This was the body of Chiyu the demon lord. The world seemed to have quieted down at this moment. Only Lifunga was supreme. Is this the character from the ancient era? In the area of the sea-gazing corner, everyone stared at the demon-like existence. Their faces turned pale. What a heaven-defying saint physique. It could actually carry an ancient powerhouse into its body. As for Chiyu, an ancient figure from the myths, everyone's impression was that he was invincible. Who could fight a demon venerable? Moreover, he came from a place beyond the 4 great ancient countries. Just thinking about it was terrifying. This is fate. Tian Xiangzi said faintly when everyone was still in shock. He seemed to have expected it. Lin Ling made Lifunga use his trump card in the end. His mission is complete now that the demon venerable has descended. Pitiful guy. He can't see clearly. He thought he could challenge the 10 great heroes. In the end, he's just a stepping stone for others. Then, many people sneered. Lin Ling's achievements had come to an end. I'll kill you in 1 move. Try my peak extreme martial art. Lifunga said faintly when everyone had their own thoughts. He stretched out 1 hand and clenched his 9 fingers into a fist. One of his fingers flicked gently. Wang! Endless demon chi burst out. It seemed that after Demon Venerable Chiyu appeared, Lifunga could use extreme martial arts at will. It was extremely terrifying. The black light wave enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's pupils to violently change. There was only one thought in his mind. So powerful. Is this the pinnacle of extreme pattern martial arts? That kind of valiant feeling was like the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was the laws of devil. It must be known that extreme pattern martial arts were the grand momentum of heaven and earth, also known as extreme momentum. However, above extreme pattern martial arts, there was a kind of heaven-level martial arts, which comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. For example, life, death, and the blooming and withering of flowers were the laws of heaven and earth. No one could escape from them, but martial artists could. If they could cultivate the laws of heaven and earth, then they would be able to create something out of nothing. This kind of power was undoubtedly more terrifying than the extreme martial arts of heaven and earth. But now, Lifunga's light move contained the rules of martialism. It was so terrifying. The Jiuli tribe was indeed an ancient tribe. Your Majesty, previously you wanted to test the strength of your body. Now you have tested it. Relying on your body, you are invincible in the transcendent 4th layer. Any extreme pattern martial arts in the large success stage can be severed. However, Lifunga borrowed the strength of an ancient expert and can no longer be considered as a transcendent 4th layer expert. Your experiment should be over. At the same time, Purple Elder's anxious voice sounded. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to test his limits. Therefore, he used the fiend god Overlord body in the battle. This also had its benefits. It allowed Lin Ling to be more familiar with the power of the fiend god Overlord body. However, the experiment was just an experiment. Facing Qiyu, it was time for Lin Ling to erupt with his trump card. Purple Elder, I still want to test the strength of extreme pattern martial arts. However, at this time, Lin Ling faintly smiled and said. This made Purple Elder even more anxious. His Majesty was simply a martial madman. Don't worry, I have my own score. The conversation between the two was extremely short. No one in the outside world noticed it. They only saw the demonic aura enveloping Lin Ling. That move caused the heavens and earth to change color. Seeing this, many people in the distance shook their heads. Everything was over. Unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ling angrily shouted. Holding the sword with both hands, a terrifying power erupted. However, the crowd still sighed and shook their heads. They believed that Lin Ling was struggling before his death. Clang! The large sword tore through the air and ruthlessly slashed towards the black light wave. However, at the moment of contact, a deafening sound resounded. The ferocious demonic aura was obviously not something that Lin Ling could resist. That unstoppable sword seemed to have slashed an indestructible mountain. Lin Ling spurted out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Then, he was struck by the terrifying demonic aura and smashed into the ground. Boom! 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 The entire ground shook. The distant sea erupted into sky-high waves. Lin Ling was defeated in one move. Countless gazes were fixed on the scene in the distance. The crowd subconsciously swallowed their saliva. It was too terrifying. Li Fengge was indeed a peerless genius. He had probably reached a level where he had few opponents in the transcendent realm. After all, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. But now, he was defeated in one move. This also showed how powerful Li Fengge's trump card was. How pitiful. This is the result of overestimating oneself. Evil God Northern Darkness and the others sneered. Lin Ling was finally dead. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Su Xing also laughed. He stepped into the void and prepared to leave. Ancestor Blood River, is Lin Ling dead? The Second Life Ghost King was also watching the battle. He was terrified by Li Fengge's demon Venerable Qiyu. At the same time, his prided son's voice sounded. However, he did not speak at this moment. For some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was not dead yet. Is that all? The Sea Lookout corner was silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead. Lady Shui Wu, Lu Susu, Old Man Dong Fu, and the other masters all frowned. From what they knew about Lin Ling, this young man was extremely tenacious. It was impossible for him to be killed in one move. But the truth told them that Lin Ling's rise seemed to have failed. This is fate. Tian Xiangzi shook his head faintly when they found it hard to accept the outcome. He felt that Lin Ling's death was normal. As for Yang Gan, he had stopped fighting at this moment. He stood at the edge of the Sea Lookout corner and stared at the vast scene in the distance. His eyes flickered constantly. A sentence rose in his heart. His comrade, his partner, the insignificant young man from the 6 sacred regions, was he dead? Lin Ling, if you die, what will happen to everyone? Yang Gan roared towards the sea in the distance. Lin Ling, their flag, their belief, how could he die here? You, everyone, your grandfather, what will happen to them? With another roar, Yang Gan's eyes became moist. He knew that Lin Ling had worked very hard, harder than anyone else. He had supported everything with his thin and weak shoulders. However, could it be that Lin Ling couldn't withstand this great calamity? No matter how big the storm was, Lin Ling was able to withstand it. Could Lin Ling not use his tenacity and perseverance to withstand this door test? Lin Ling, you will not lose. Yang Gan roared again. He believed in Lin Ling's belief. He would not fall here and would not give up. Chapter 1245. Heavens will, idiot. Idiot. Looking at Yang Gan, who was on the verge of madness, the crowd gloated and laughed. They did not know how hard Lin Ling had worked since he was young. They only knew that Lin Ling was dead, and then there was a mad dog who refused to accept the cruel truth and barked. However, what could this change? After a cold laugh, the crowd looked at the sea in the distance. Only Qi Yu was floating there. It was as if Li Fengge was the ruler of the continent. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the seawater in the distance flowed backwards even more crazily. A figure slowly floated up from the ground under countless gazes, and an indifferent voice drifted into everyone's ears in an instant. Sorry, Yang Gan. I made you worry. I only wanted to test how strong my recovery and defense are. The warm-up for this battle is over. Boom. The voice was like thunder, layer upon layer, shaking everyone's hearts. Lin Ling returned to the battlefield once again. How is this possible? Countless people seem to have seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Lin Ling. Boom. Yang Gan stared at the youth who seemed to have returned from hell. His eyes were moist but his mouth revealed an excited smile. His comrade had stood up again. At the same time, Empyrean Void Star's footsteps stopped. His eyes narrowed and he slowly turned around. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him, causing him to be shocked. Of course, it wasn't just him. Evil God Northern Darkness, Lord Water Mist, and the others all had their eyes wide open. Impossible. How can he still be alive? Tian Xiangzi muttered to himself. He couldn't believe everything in front of him. The sea lookout corner was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were filled with rumbling sounds. Lin Ling didn't die. They even heard Lin Ling say that everything before was just a warm-up. A second stage transcendent realm cultivator facing a peak supreme pattern martial art was just a warm-up? This was too crazy. Good. Seeing him rise again, my heart is boiling. This battle isn't over. Boom. After a moment, many martial artists began to shout out. They had traveled thousands of miles to witness this earth-shaking battle in vain. Lin Ling was truly worthy of being called the craziest monstrous genius of the present age. His faith and will far surpassed everyone's imaginations. At this moment, in the center of the sea, two figures were floating in the sky. They were like two peerless kings facing each other. Their gazes were like the very beginning of the battle. They looked at each other indifferently, and an oppressive aura spread out. This shocking battle was not over yet. You're not dead. Li Fengge said in a low voice as he stared at Lin Ling. According to his estimation, Lin Ling shouldn't have been able to withstand his peak supreme pattern martial art. However, reality told him that Lin Ling was indeed still alive. I'm just warming up. How could I possibly die? Lin Ling lightly shook his head. His calm words drifted out, causing Li Fengge's eyes to widen. Facing his demon sovereign Qi Yu, Lin Ling was actually warming up. To him, this was a deep contempt. He said in a low voice, "You didn't die before, but now, you will still die. You've said this many times. You're not tired of saying it, and I'm tired of hearing it. However, I have to say that your trump card is indeed powerful. Previously, I was seriously injured. However, my recovery ability is beyond my imagination. I recovered in a short period of time." Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Through the experiment, he also knew how strong his fiend god Overlord body was. It could be said that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Li Fengge. However, if Li Fengge wanted to kill him, it would be very difficult. Of course, Lin Ling thought that he couldn't defeat Li Fengge was only in his current state. However, Lin Ling's trump card was definitely not limited to this. So what? If I use my true strength, your recovery ability will be useless. Li Fengge's eyes revealed a contemptuous smile. He was like a demon sovereign looking down on the world. It didn't matter whether Lin Ling was dead or not. What was important was that he would kill Lin Ling again. Lin Ling, do you believe in fate? Looking at the sky, Li Fengge opened his arms as if to embrace the heavens. Waves of terrifying demonic qi spewed out from his body. The shattered soul reminded him of the deeds of ancient times. At that time, he led his people to war in the north and south, and dominated the ancient Xianping province. Lin Ling, if Tianming wants you dead, you will die. No one can stop Tianming. Also, I saw Tian Xiangzi before. He also said that I have the ancient emperor life of Qiyu the demon lord, and you are just an ant. You can't beat me at all. You can't be the stepping stone for the awakening of Qiyu the demon lord. You can stubbornly not believe in Tian Xiangzi, but this is the truth. His star divination Dao is able to predict the past and present. Who in Xianping province doesn't know this? Li Fengge's mighty voice drifted out from his mouth. The crowd had mixed expressions. Although Lin Ling was not dead, it did not mean that he could win. He still had to face the terrifying demon lord, Qiyu. This also meant that the wheel of heaven and earth had not changed. Everything was fated. Then the crowd looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling frown. This expression moved many. They sensed that Lin Ling seemed to have lost the will to fight, and seemed to believe Tian Xiangzi's words. In a battle between experts, one's mentality was extremely important. If one felt that one could not win no matter how hard one tried, then no matter how hard one tried, it would end in failure. Lin Ling had been affected by Tianming. This is not a lie. I, Tian Xiangzi, never lie, let alone do things that shake the hearts of others. At this time, Tian Xiangzi's voice drifted out. He was not helping Li Fengge. He was just speaking the truth. He was speaking for Tianming. If I had not met Li Fengge, Lin Ling would indeed be the most distant hero. What a pity. Sigh. Many people shook their heads. There was always a higher mountain. Lin Ling was the most dazzling star today, but in the end, he could not compare to Li Fengge, who was favored by Tianming. Lin Ling, you have lost the will to fight. However, I do not want to see you in this state. I want to see your fighting spirit boiling, so don't be affected by Tianming. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Li Fengge said indifferently. He did not want to affect Lin Ling because he had the strength to win, so he did not need to rely on Tianming's words to attack Lin Ling. I believe Tian Xiangzi's words, and I also believe in Tianming. Sigh. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made many people's hearts tremble fiercely. Lin Ling really believed it. In other words, he believed that Li Fengge would never be defeated. Sigh, you are even more trash than I thought. In a martial artist's life, you should not believe in Tianming. You should fight with all your strength. Even if you die, you should still shine. Li Fengge frowned and shouted angrily, as if a demon lord had descended to the world. Chapter 1246. Once you rise, you will fight the world. Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and placed his hands on his wrists. He said indifferently, when it comes to martial arts, you are just a waste who relies on external objects to become strong. You don't even know what martial arts are and haven't fought many life and death battles in your life. Therefore, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Then, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. Smoke billowed in the sky and the sun could not be seen. It was as if night had fallen. This reminded him of the poor girl, the second dream. The second dream also believed in fate. She was destined to be a chess piece. Her life was just a dream. When she woke up from the dream, everything was just an illusion. Therefore, the second dream was dead. However, Lin Ling did not believe in fate. The second dream's death made him realize that the so-called heavens were just that. Fate wanted to end the second dream, but he wanted to go against heaven. Although I believe in Tian Xiangzi's words and believe that there are laws in heaven and earth and that the wheel of fate will not be moved by anyone, it does not mean that I will submit. My fate is mine, not heaven's. If heaven wants to take me away, I will go against it. Lin Ling took a deep breath and spoke in a resolute voice. His voice was like thunder, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Lin Ling believed in fate, believed in the heavens. But so what if he believed? He still wanted to defy the heavens. Was this Lin Ling's belief, his heart of martial arts? Hong. Over at Sea Lookout Corner, the crowd's breathing quickened. The expressions of Mistress Shui Wu and the other masters changed drastically. Lin Ling was so proud, his heart was higher than the sky. You! Li Fengge roared. He thought that Lin Ling had given up on himself, but who knew that this was not the case? Lin Ling believed in fate, but he also had the ambition to break the rules of heaven and earth. Very ambitious, but unfortunately, with your current strength? Li Fengge was so angry that he laughed. Lin Ling's words were very bold, but it was just a joke. If words could go against heaven, there would be countless top emperors in this world. Many people also nodded slightly. They were all influenced by Lin Ling's boldness, but the truth was the truth. Words could not change everything. Really? Lin Ling's hands were still clenched around his wrists. The cold light in the depths of his eyes became even colder. In the next moment, under countless gazes, the illusionary spirit lock was finally unlocked. Once the lock was unlocked, Lin Ling would not be able to bring it back for a year. At the same time, once the lock was unlocked, Lin Ling's 1 year of hard work finally blossomed. The white bracelet slowly disappeared. At this moment, the world seemed to have calmed down. Countless curious eyes stared at Lin Ling. What was Lin Ling doing? However, this curiosity didn't last long. A powerful aura erupted like a storm. Lin Ling's spiritual source erupted from his body, shocking the world. 4 spiritual sources appeared. What, he actually reached the transcendent 3rd stage. The crowd stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing, especially Northern Darkness Demon God and the others. They clearly remembered that yesterday, Lin Ling was still a transcendent 2nd stage cultivator, and breaking through to the transcendent realm was very difficult. It was impossible to break through in a single day, so how did Lin Ling do it? Amazing, during the heroic trial, he was only a transcendent 2nd stage cultivator, but now he's already reached the 3rd stage, good. Senior Shui Wu also became excited, but this excitement didn't last long. From the center of the sea, an even more majestic aura erupted as another spiritual source bloomed. At this moment, everyone forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling, a transcendent 4th stage cultivator, had a total of 5 spiritual sources. This was breaking through 2 realms in a row. Shocking, too shocking. Worthy of a shocking battle, Lin Ling had actually hidden such a trump card. From a heroic elite, he had instantly stepped into the realm of heroes, possessing the qualifications to challenge Li Fengge. Sure enough, everything was as Lin Ling had said, his fate was his own, not the will of the heavens. The surging aura stirred up the wind and clouds. The distant sea was already moving further and further away. In the center of the sea, 2 young men with majestic auras were standing there. Li Fengge's burly body trembled slightly, and anger bloomed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling had reached Transcendent Stage 4 and possessed 5 strands of spiritual source. In terms of cultivation, he was already far above Yi Zichen's head. How about now? At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from his mouth. Looking up at the sky, he spread out his arms, as if he was feeling the enormous strength in his body. Obviously, after unlocking the Void Spirit Lock, he didn't know he had broken through to the transcendent 4th stage. His soft words were like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face. Previously, Li Fengge had said that Lin Ling was just boasting, but now, Lin Ling had told him that he, Lin Ling, had no right. You're only a transcendent 4th stage cultivator. Even if you have an extra spiritual source, you're still a transcendent 5th stage cultivator. Such a cultivation level is still like a dog before me. Li Fengge said indifferently. As the demon Lord Chiyu, do you only know how to boast? Previously, I was only using the strength of my physical body, but you needed to use the demon Lord Chiyu to suppress me. I don't know where your arrogance comes from. Lin Ling retracted his gaze from the sky and stared at Li Fengge with a trace of mockery in his eyes. What, Lin Ling is only using the strength of his physical body? His words undoubtedly shocked many people. Lin Ling's physical strength was too terrifying. In the previous assessment, he had the strength of one universe. Now, I'm afraid he has the strength of 2 universes. If he uses his full strength, I'm afraid he can reach the strength of 4 universes. Only then can he resist Li Fengge. Lord Water Mist said indifferently. Lin Ling's cultivation of his physical body was unique. If his physical body was already so strong, what would happen if he had 5 spiritual sources? At this moment, many experts' blood boiled. They were looking forward to the next battle even more. I've already shown off my strength with my mouth. Now, let me see how amazing your trump card is, trash! Li Fengge shouted. Wisps of black demonic aura gushed out in all directions. At this moment, he was even taller. Now that the warm-up was over, it was time for him to get serious. Demonic Cloud Annihilation Wave. He stretched out one hand and pointed 9 fingers at Lin Ling. Suddenly, the demonic law swept toward Lin Ling. This power could corrode any spiritual source or expert. It was terrifying. Looking from afar, it was like a black sun blooming with black light. From now on, you will be suppressed by me. However, facing the peak of a supreme martial art, Lin Ling coldly shouted. It was as if he would rise in a single day and slaughter the world. So arrogant. Countless people were shocked. After using his trump card, Lin Ling's aura was clearly different. Unstoppable. It was still the same huge sword move as before. Lin Ling turned into a rainbow and shot toward Li Fengge. The sword in his hand was filled with majestic power as it ruthlessly slashed out. This sword could laugh at the world. Not only did it have the strength of 4 universes, it also had the might of a transcendent realm 4th layer. Kacha! The sword passed by, stunning to the extreme. The mighty black demonic aura was actually split into 2, causing everyone to forget how to breathe. That was the peak of a supreme martial art. Although this realm might not have been comprehended by Li Fengge himself, the peak of a supreme martial art was enough to describe its strength. Chapter 1247. The 81 Ancient Leaders. Sure enough, this kid has the power of 4 universes. With the addition of 5 spiritual sources, his power has greatly increased. Lady Shui Wu said excitedly. If Li Fengge was the reincarnation of an ancient warrior, then Lin Ling was the most special warrior in Xianping province. He cultivated both his physical body and spiritual source. You broke my martial art. At that moment, Li Fengge's expression turned ugly. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. It was actually able to cut through his supreme martial art. As he stared at Lin Ling, a trace of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. The combination of Lin Ling's physical body and spiritual source was actually so powerful. You're just borrowing the power of external objects. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. In terms of martial arts, how many times have you walked between life and death in your life? How many enemies have you defeated in your life? Lin Ling's sword slashed down fiercely. It was earth-shattering. Boom! In the distance, the sea was parted, and a terrifying sword mark appeared. Li Fengge's body was split into 2. His eyes were still filled with shock and anger, but the body that had been split into 2 could still move. He clapped his hands fiercely and shouted angrily, "You are not qualified to reprimand me, 9-colored demonic light." 9-colored light shot out majestically. It was the 7 colors of the rainbow, black and white. This ancient power obviously didn't come from Li Fengge, but from the demon Lord Chiyu from ancient times. Blazing sea flame. At this moment, Lin Ling was still rushing forward. Blue flames spewed out from his left hand, turning into the undying Fire King fist. It blasted towards the nine-colored demon light at the same time as his sword. So powerful. He's doing two things at the same time. Many experts stared at Lin Ling. With a sword in his right hand and flames in his left, Lin Ling's control was too strong. Rumble. The majestic power collided again with a deafening sound. The center of the sea was dazzling. Then, in the colorful light, a figure shot towards Li Fengge again. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, earth uprooting. A heavy sword slashed down fiercely like an axe. Crack. Li Fengge's pitch-black body was cut in half again. Heavenly. The sword slashed toward the ground, but that was not the end. The sword light was like a pillar, slashing fiercely toward the sky. Crack. With the second sword, Li Fengge's body was almost chopped into pieces. Boom. On the other side of the seawater was slashed into nothingness. It was terrifying. Throughout the entire battle, it seemed that the two of them had used a large number of martial arts moves, but in reality, the entire process only took a few breaths. The degree of sensation caused many people's faces to turn solemn. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. The moment Li Fengge revealed his trump card, he no longer had the right to be arrogant. Then, everyone looked at Li Fengge. They saw that Li Fengge, who had been cut into nothingness, was slowly wriggling. Like a piece of meat, he merged again and turned into a new demon lord, Qiyu. Legend has it that the Qiyu demon venerable of ancient times was still alive even after being cut into 360 pieces. It was the ancient god emperor who cut his body in half and sealed it in the polar region that extinguished his arrogance. Some ancient cultivators said in shock. Li Fengge was too terrifying. He was simply unkillable. You've injured me. Li Fengge, who had recovered, had a ferocious look on his face. Lin Ling had said that he would suppress him, and indeed, after the battle, he had been suppressing him. This was a great humiliation to him. Based on your words, I know that you have never been injured. How dare you be so proud of your martial arts? On the path of martial arts, there has never been anyone who has not been injured. Only with great setbacks can a martial artist progress further. Li Fengge, you've lost. Lin Ling did not continue to pursue. He floated proudly in the sky. One person, one room, his arrogance soaring to the clouds. Lin Ling indeed had the right to be arrogant. Compared to Li Fengge, who had the inheritance of an ancient cultivator, Lin Ling was a martial artist who had walked through storms and waves. Although Li Fengge's talent was terrifying, he had always had a strong backing to protect him. Such a person was like a flower in a greenhouse. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think that you can win just because you've injured me. Li Fengge's expression became even more ferocious. He stretched out his hands and the fingernails on his 9 fingers suddenly grew longer. He suddenly pierced them into his own head. Great Lord Qiyu, please bestow upon me strength. Heaven and earth will lose their color for my lord. I will lay down the ancient banner and conquer the world. Rumble. Terrifying black demonic chi ripples appeared around Li Fengge. An illusion of Qiyu demon lord appeared behind him, as if he was looking down on the world. What's that? Everyone in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. Martial artists below Transcendent Realm were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They were frightened by the aura. Even though they were far away from the sea, they were still frightened. This showed how terrifying Qiyu Demon Lord was. Sacrifice. Tian Xiangzi's pupils constricted. He knew that Li Fengge was sacrificing an ancient soul fragment. Come out, king of the 81 tribes. A cold voice sounded from the middle of the sea. Phantoms began to walk out from behind Li Fengge. Some of these phantoms had the head of a bull and the body of a human, while others had the body of a bird. They exuded an ancient aura. They were the tribal leaders of the ancient era. According to legend, Qiyu was the leader of all the tribal masters in the ancient era. He was also the demon god of war. And now, all the deceased tribal masters were summoned by him. Although Lifunga's current strength had not reached the peak of the ancient era, these ancient totem leaders were still domineering existences in the transcendent realm. King! An orderly shout drifted out majestically. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. 81 tribal leaders? How terrifying! Any of the ancient elders there are at least at Transcendent Realm level 5, and they are definitely heroic existences. The crowd was shocked. This was too terrifying. If Lifunga's strength increased by another 10%, the ancient masters he could summon in the future would be even stronger. It was even possible that he could become one of the 7 kings. Right now, what else do you have to say? Standing quietly in the sky, Lifunga said indifferently. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his own rise. Lin Ling was arrogant, but in the end, it was just a flash in the pan. I said, from the moment I use my trump card, I will always suppress you. However, facing a large number of ancient masters, Lin Ling's face was still indifferent. I hope that after you die, you can still be so confident. Kill. Lifunga nodded and waved his hand. It was as if he had returned to the ancient era. Kill. A majestic roar sounded. Countless ancient masters roared and rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can stop one transcendent realm elder, but you can't stop 81. In the distance, evil god Bei Ming sneered. His palms were sweaty because he had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. His strength was too terrifying, but now, he was still going to die. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling retreated 1,000 kilometers, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. His mouth curled into a sneer as a bright blue lotus appeared in his left hand, causing the void around him to ripple like water. Fire, at this moment, swept out in a mighty manner. Chapter 1248. Suppressing Chi-Yu, Earth Rank Saint Physique, Sea Heart Flame. Could it be that Lin Ling still has a trump card? Lord Water Mist was inexplicably nervous. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This is you, Lifunga. You either borrowed the prestige of the 9 Li tribe, borrowed the reincarnation of ancient warriors, or borrowed the hands of others. You, Lifunga, when can you be a little more capable and defeat me with your own strength? 81 ancient tribe leaders are very powerful, but that's all there is to it. Now, I'll wipe them all out for you to see. See fire of 10,000 families. After the voice, Lin Ling gently waved his left hand. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, as though it had fused with the laws of heaven and earth. The people in the distance didn't want to miss anything as they stared at the resplendent lotus. As expected, Lin Ling still had a trump card. Peak of Extreme Mark Martial Arts. An ancient expert sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Lifunga was also at the pinnacle of the Supreme Mark Martial Arts, it was obvious that he hadn't comprehended it himself. Instead, it had come from Chi-Yu. However, Lin Ling had comprehended it himself, so its power was probably even more terrifying. This child is truly a peerless genius. Old Man Dong Fu and the other experts exclaimed. Lin Ling had only arrived in Xianping province for a short period of time, yet he could comprehend the peak of extreme mark martial arts. His comprehension was even more terrifying than the golden armor king of the 10 halls of Langia. He only comprehended it, but as for how powerful it is, it's hard to say for sure. Maybe it's just a joke. Some of the experts were unwilling to admit that Lin Ling had already surpassed them. However, the truth was the truth. How could Lin Ling's 1 year of bitter cultivation be in vain? They didn't want to admit it, but the scene in front of them made them shut their mouths. Boom! At the same time, an earth-shattering scene appeared. In the middle of the sea, tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. Every azure lotus was an extreme mark martial arts, but when tens of thousands of them gathered, it was a terrifying world of flames. Beautiful. It was extremely beautiful. The sea seemed to have turned into a world of flowers. Rumbling sounds constantly erupted as a lotus soared into the sky. However, the other lotuses weren't to be outdone and also bloomed. So beautiful. Many women's eyes flickered. This martial art was too beautiful. Unfortunately, although they looked beautiful from afar, they were not just beautiful on the other side of the sea. Rumble. Countless flames erupted as the ancient cultivators let out cries of agony. When the lotuses bloomed, their faces contorted as they were burned to ashes. They were all transcendent realm cultivators. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they still couldn't stop Lin Ling's world of flowers. How could this be? Even Li Fengge's body exploded from the explosion of the lotus flower. He was constantly recovering and fusing, but he was furious. Lin Ling had destroyed all his pride in one move. Sure enough, Lin Ling's words were true. After Lin Ling's rise, everything was suppressed. Even the reincarnation of an ancient devil sovereign couldn't stop Lin Ling's rise. Damn it! Li Fengge roared. It wasn't until the world of the flower began to wither that he slowly recovered. However, in the middle of the sea, only the blue-robed youth stood quietly and looked at him with contempt. All of this was too surreal. When he saw Lin Ling not long ago, Lin Ling could only rely on the rules of the sea lookout corner to not be afraid of him. In his opinion, if they were to fight, this insignificant ant was nothing. However, he now knew that if they were to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. In the distance, the people of the sea lookout corner were also staring at Lin Ling. At this moment, the blue-robed youth was as pure as the blue sky and as resplendent as the flowers. So powerful. Will I never have the chance to surpass him in this lifetime? Will I have to be a toad forever? Luo Xuemon gritted her teeth. At this moment, her heart was dead. Although she didn't admit it, she knew that the youth who made the flowers bloom was indeed very handsome. This was Lin Ling, who she had always thought of as a toad. At this moment, everything was silent. The whole world seemed to have become Lin Ling's martial stage. Lin Ling's face was still calm as he looked at Li Fengge indifferently. You, what right do you have to be arrogant? This sentence was like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face, making him dizzy. So what if he was the demon Lord Qiyu? He could still crush him. I still have one last trump card. Li Fengge said word by word. At this moment, he really didn't have the right to be arrogant. Lin Ling was arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. However, he didn't believe that he would lose to Lin Ling. He still had one last trump card. He wanted to see Lin Ling fall short. Show it. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm appearance made Li Fengge grit his teeth fiercely. Lin Ling was too calm, as if he wasn't worried about his trump card at all. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. The final battle will start eventually. You will use your trump card, and I will also use mine. Who lives and who dies will be left to fate. Lin Ling said again, making the crowd's breathing quicken. They were looking forward to the final battle. The Battle of the Pinnacle? As you wish. Li Fengge took a deep breath and nodded coldly. In fact, before I met you, I met one of the 7 emperors, the heavenly smelting emperor. At that time, he came for me and was also surprised by my talent. After that, he told me that I would definitely become one of the unfettered 10 palaces existences, so he told me to gain more experience and find him after I reached the Saint Realm. I think that after I kill you, I can go find him. The 7 emperors? In the distance, many people's eyes narrowed. The 7 emperors were mysterious figures, but they actually went to find Li Fengge in person. Li Fengge received more attention than they imagined. Of course, after witnessing Li Fengge's strength with their own eyes, they also thought that Li Fengge was very strong. Unfortunately, the world was fair. There was a peerless genius like Li Fengge, but there was also a genius like Lin Ling. 2 peerless geniuses have risen, but a mountain cannot hide 2 tigers. One of them must fall. Will it be Lin Ling, who is favored by King Yu, or Li Fengge, who is favored by the heavenly smelting emperor? The battle of the pinnacle will prove everything. Lady Shui Wu shouted in her heart. Every year, there would be a new genius rising, and at the moment of their rise, millions of geniuses would be buried with them, allowing one of them to become a peerless genius. This shocking battle would decide everything. It was finally the moment of the pinnacle. Not far away, Tian Xiangzi's eyes were solemn. He still believed in his divination. No matter how arrogant Lin Ling was, if he died in the end, he would be nothing. He said indifferently, Lin Ling can be considered an alien star, but fate is everything. Under fate, Lin Ling will definitely die. Xiao. As soon as his words fell, a sword slashed towards him from the sea, causing his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was attacking him. Get lost. If you're the heavens, I'll kill you. At this moment, above the sea, Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared coldly at Tian Xiangzi. Lin Ling's heart was filled with disdain towards this arrogant middle-aged man because Tian Xiangzi reminded him of the second dream. You. Who was Tian Xiangzi? He was an important figure in the Kuan Palace. How dare Lin Ling not be afraid of him? If Li Fengge loses, you'll kowtow to me 3 times and you won't perform any more divination. Lin Ling's eyes were still fixed on Tian Xiangzi. His firm gaze made Tian Xiangzi's heart tremble violently. He suddenly had a feeling that he had misjudged Lin Ling Rumble. Chapter 1249. A battle at the pinnacle. In the end, Tian Xiangzi nodded. Lin Ling, you're very arrogant. You even dare to make a move on me. However, you're in the middle of a world-shaking battle, so I won't make a move on you for now. Furthermore, I promise you that if you lose, you will die. If you win, I, Tian Xiangzi, will no longer perform divinations. Boom. Tian Xiangzi was still very confident in himself. You're just putting on an act. I'll show you what kind of trash your so-called destiny is. I'll wait for your kowtow. I'll defy the heavens. Boom. Lin Ling pointed his sword at Tian Xiangzi. The crowd was silent. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. It was as if someone had touched his reverse scale. He wasn't even afraid of an ancient character. One had to know that Tian Xiangzi was as famous as Lu Susu, and was even stronger than Venerable Si Kaming. Look over there, the maple leaves are floating. Boom. At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. At the center of the sea, a domineering and ancient aura pervaded the air, layer upon layer. In that space, maple leaves fluttered, forming a beautiful and divine scene. The maple leaves had a spirit, and an ancient mountain-river diagram appeared. In the mountain-river diagram, 2 armies were fighting, and corpses were piling up like mountains. It's the ancient Xianping province. The crowd was even more shocked. In the map, they could faintly see the archdevil Venerable Qiyu. This meant that the ancient archdevil Venerable Qiyu had conquered the world. 8,000 miles of maple and fire. A tyrannical voice sounded at the same time. Under the ancient map, a fiery red tiger appeared. The tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its body was covered in raging flames. On its back, there was a tall man riding on it. It was the archdevil Venerable Qiyu. Roar! Roar! The angry tiger let out a low roar that shook the heavens. It's the 72 archdevil fiery maple tiger. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. It was said that the fiery maple tiger was the 23rd archdevil. During the demon god unification stage, Li Fengge actually relied on the reincarnation of Qiyu the demon lord to possess the demon emperor's qi, causing him to become one with the furious maple flaming tiger. Furthermore, his furious maple flaming tiger seems to have recovered to its peak. It seems that the 9 Li clan spent endless resources to restore the fiery maple tiger to its peak for Li Fengge. The crowd discussed. The 72 demon gods of the heavens came from ancient times, and after they were obtained by modern cultivators, most of them had yet to return to their peak state. If they wanted to restore themselves, they would need a lot of cultivation resources, but once they returned to their peak state, they would be truly invincible in the transcendent realm, unless they encountered another 72 demon god of the heavens. This was also why the 72 demon gods of the heavens were so terrifying. And now, Li Fengge's demon god had returned to its peak state, which meant that he was invincible in the transcendent realm. What did that mean? One had to know that Li Fengge was only at transcendent realm stage 4. She had achieved great things with the identity of a hero. In the younger generation, apart from the carefree 10 halls and Langia 10 halls, who else can defeat him? Many people shook their heads. He was too freakish. There was no way he could win. Thousand Mountain. At the same time, an angry roar came from the ancient emperor. The ancient map scattered and endless maple leaves floated out. The entire sea was filled with maple leaves. Peng peng peng. As the maple leaves floated over, some martial artists curiously touched them with their hands. However, as soon as they touched them, their bodies exploded and they were burned to death. These maple leaves are formed by fire. The crowd was even more shocked. Seeing the maple leaves filling the sky, they started to panic. What kind of martial arts was this? It was too scary. Save me. Get out of here. Those maple leaves form heavenly rules. Anyone who touches them will die. Impossible. I'm a transcendent venerable Sunday. How can I not block these maple leaves? Transcendent venerable Sunday. Even transcendent venerable sun cultivators were burned to death. Is he going to kill everyone from heaven and earth palaces? Mistress Shui Wu frowned. She did not want to interrupt Li Fengge. Large numbers of cultivators died. In the end, they retreated far away. This battle of the pinnacle was indeed earth-shattering. It's the rules of martial arts. The world of maple leaves is already under Li Fengge's control. He controls the life and death of any cultivator. And the rules are heavenly martial arts. Tian Wenzi muttered. Li Fengge was indeed the son of heaven. To be able to control a heavenly martial art at such a young age, who else but him could do it? Many nodded in agreement. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling. They realized that Li Fengge did not kill Lin Ling immediately. It was as though he wanted Lin Ling to witness his proudest moment. As for Lin Ling, he was also very strong. He was at the pinnacle of extreme martial arts. He had the power of 2 universes and 5 spiritual sources. His attainments in essence and qi were very deep. However, Li Fengge had used the demon lord Qiyu to fuse with the furious maple flaming tiger. He could also use the furious maple flaming tiger's full strength. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not win. Lin Ling has moved. But how can he resist? At this moment, some people saw Lin Ling's movements. His blue and white robes fluttered wildly in the wind as he slowly sheathed his greatsword. However, his eyes were still as cold and calm as ever. Many people secretly admired him because when faced with Li Fengge's powerful attack, even transcendent 6th-stage experts like them had to be wary and fearful. However, Lin Ling wasn't. Did you see that? This is my power. Lin Ling, how can you defeat me? An ancient voice sounded at the same time. It was Li Fengge. At this moment, he was riding the furious maple flaming tiger. He looked like an ancient emperor who was conquering the world. His left hand held the god-slaying halberd and there were 3 drums behind him. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was silent. His expression was still indifferent. Haha. Li Fengge laughed. He thought that Lin Ling was regretting and afraid. It's too early for you to be happy. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. Li Fengge's laughter stopped. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. You're so useless. Do you still have the right to resist? You have the 72 demon gods, but you seem to have forgotten that I have the demon gods too. Lin Ling shook his head. He raised his finger to his mouth and bit it gently. A stream of blood flowed down his finger. This was what he had comprehended during his cultivation in the Violet Palace realm. Only by sacrificing the ancient flame devil could he and the ancient flame devil reach the final stage of the demon gods. This stage was the transformation. What is he doing? Many people frowned. Lin Ling's actions were too strange. That drop of blood was too dazzling. Come out, ancient flame devil. At the same time, a vast cloud of smoke floated out. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Lin Ling's final trump card had been revealed. It's useless. The ancient flame devil is only ranked 60th among the 72 demon gods. It can't be compared to the furious maple flaming tiger. Some experts who knew Lin Ling said indifferently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable aura filled the air, evaporating the entire sea. It was extremely sharp. Chapter 1250. Transformation Stage, what? Human form? Everyone gasped as they stared at the scene. Li Fengge had used the demon god and was half demon, half human. However, Lin Ling was in human form. The two were completely different. How could this be? Li Fengge frowned. His dark face was solemn. For some reason, the eight-tailed, white-haired demonic man gave him a strong sense of pressure. It was as though he was looking at a demon instead of a human. However, he quickly shook his head. No matter what Lin Ling had transformed into, he was no match for his raging maple psychic flaming tiger. That's all? What a disappointment. After shaking his head, Li Fengge smiled disdainfully, like an ancient emperor laughing at the mountains and rivers. Previously, you used the lotus flame grand momentum. Now, I will show you what fire is. Compared to my fire, you are simply an ant. 8,000 miles of maple and fire, complex maple diagram. He waved the god slayer halberd in his right hand. In the sky and on the ground, countless maple leaves fluttered, causing the void to fluctuate. Those beautiful maple leaves shot towards Lin Ling. It was said that these maple leaves were transformed from the people of the demon lord Qiyu. They supported Qiyu and formed the ancient country. The entire world is controlled by Li Fengge. How can Lin Ling fight? Staring at the vast scene, many people were nervous and excited. Who would be the king in this battle of the demon gods? 3 mountains and a half fall beyond the blue sky, 1 water divides the Egret continent. However, under countless gazes, the white-haired, 8-tailed man was as demonic as ever. He did not show any signs of solemnity. Instead, he walked forward slowly as though he was playing a game. His white hair fluttered behind him. His handsome, demonic face made the hearts of countless girls beat violently. It seemed that Lin Ling had become even more demonic and handsome after becoming a demon. He gave off an indescribable sense of mystery, but people could not help but want to get close to him. Strolling in the world, a poem floated in the sky. Accompanied by endless maple leaves, this scene was even more beautiful. This guy is demonic. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing the endless maple leaves, Lin Ling was actually singing leisurely. They had a feeling that if Li Fengge was the ancient emperor, then Lin Ling was the Jianghu swordsman. Boom! Boom! At the same time, countless maple leaves enveloped Lin Ling and exploded crazily. A black hole exploded in the void, shattered, and then reformed. The sea turned into shattered mountains, and the name Sea Lookout Cape disappeared forever, because there was no more sea. Everyone stared fixedly at the terrifying explosion in front of them. They subconsciously clenched their fists and became even more nervous. Lin Ling was actually leisurely chanting in the face of such a terrifying attack. Is he dead? No one could clearly see the scene in front of them, and the anticipation in their hearts grew even stronger. The floating clouds can cover the sun, and Chang'an can't see it. How worrying. However, at this moment, the carefree and charming voice drifted out again. The figure with white hair and 8 tails made Lu Susu's heart skip a beat. At this moment, she did not see Lin Ling. Instead, she saw a carefree man with a smile on his face. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. This was Lu Susu's impression of the man. He was too carefree. Amazing, he actually avoided Li Fengge's maple fire world with a leisurely chant. Too amazing. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, their hearts filled with deep admiration. It's speed. The experts saw the flaw. Lin Ling avoided the attacks of the maple fire with his unimaginable speed. Impossible, Lin Ling's ancient flame devil ranking is lower than the angry maple fire tiger. How can he avoid the rules of martial arts? However, more people shook their heads. Could it be? Finally, someone thought of the legendary demon god realm. His words made many people look at him in shock. That person frowned and said, legend has it that the demon god is the assistant and the human is the king of the transformation realm. It allows the strength of the demon god and the martial artist to fuse. Lin Ling's physical body is already strong, and coupled with the physical body of the ancient flame devil, that realm is indescribable. Moreover, he has 5 strands of spiritual source. Everyone came to their senses and their pupils trembled. Transformation realm, how is this possible? One had to know that the demon god was arrogant and unruly. It was impossible to have it as an assistant. Even Li Fengge, the reincarnation of Qiyu, could not do this. How did Lin Ling do it? This battle is starting to get exciting. Although Lin Ling's ancient flame devil ranking is lower, his integration with the demon god is stronger. This gives Lin Ling a 50% chance of winning. Many people's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was forever unfathomable. This shocking battle was not completely one-sided. You're courting death. Li Fengge's face was extremely ugly. He was the ruler of the world, and the maple fire earth enveloped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling let out a long sigh, as if he was a heavenly general who could see through the flames of war, and easily avoided his attack. This action had undoubtedly violated his dignity, and he could not let it go. God-slaying halberd. With a roar, Li Fengge rode on the furious maple fire tiger and waved the halberd in his hand. At this moment, the universe was reversed, and the illusions of the 81 tribe leaders appeared again. Dragons and snakes danced together, and the halberd pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Ling at an incredible speed. Rumble. The halberd was faster than lightning, and the crowd could not see it with their naked eyes. There will be a time when the wind and waves will break, and the sail will reach the vast sea. However, the heroic voice drifted out again, accompanied by smoke that filled the world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling disappeared, easily avoiding the terrifying god-slayer long halberd. He appeared in another direction and walked toward Li Fengge like a free and unfettered emperor. Terrifying. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling seemed to be in an invincible position. The demonic flame is burning in his body, and it is also burning his small world and spiritual source, allowing his explosive power to reach the peak. This may be the advantage of the ancient flame devil. Many experts saw a flaw. The ancient flame devil looked like a 9-tailed fox, and foxes were the fastest. When the demonic flame burned, it was like the blood in the human body was burning. At that moment, the speed and power could reach the peak. It was like a person lifting a stone, but when the body was boiling, it could erupt with extraordinary power. Of course, this power could not last long. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that. Although the ancient flame devil was a fire elemental demon god, its demonic flame was obviously not as good as Li Fengge's maple fire. Therefore, Lin Ling did not use the demonic flame to fight. Instead, he used all his strength on speed. The smoke is also very important. It blocks people's vision and senses, forming an illusory and mysterious trace. Even soul power can't detect it, an elder with powerful soul power said lightly. Lin Ling was simply a freak. 1,000,000 flame birds. At this moment, Li Fengge's eyes were like knives, and the god-slaying halberd appeared in his hand again. He hit the flame drum behind him, and the sound of the drum was earth-shattering, as if blowing the horn to attack. Woo woo woo. Chapter 1251. Who's the king? Who's the king? Yan Mountain's snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xianyuan Tai. However, in the face of those terrifying flame birds, the heroic voice did not stop. It was like a silent slap to Li Fengge's face. In the distance, smoke filled the air. All the ancient flame birds could not catch Lin Ling's figure. Lin Ling moved left and right. It seemed dangerous, but he dodged those terrifying attacks every time. 1,000,000 flame beasts. Li Fengge glared at the sky, his halberd striking the second drum. Countless ancient flame beasts rushed out of the fire drum as if to wreak havoc on the world. Qilins, Qiongqi, Zhuyin, Baihen made the world seem to have returned to the ancient era. The distant crowd's heart pounded, such a terrifying war drum. If a seventh stage transcendent expert was here, they'd be filled with hatred. Lin Ling, you're just a lowly transcendent realm cultivator. How can you stop me, the demon sovereign Qiyu? The day I reincarnate, the ancient continent will be under my control, 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. After beating the drum, Li Fengge roared at the sky and beat the last drum. The fire drum vibrated and terrifying flame rippled out. The ancient gods and demons had arrived. War god Xingtian, star god Quafu, water god Gonggang, and even demon god Qiyu. When the drum ended, the stars shone and demons danced. That part of the world had completely turned into an ancient battlefield. Li Fengge had brought all the people from the ancient era to this world, and they all pounced on Lin Ling. Heavens, Li Fengge is worthy of being chosen by the human emperor. With such talent and strength, who can compete with him? These are soul fragments, they only exist in legends. He actually brought them all here. That world belongs to Qiyu, the demon lord. The distant crowd held their breaths, watching the ancient battlefield, their hearts pounding. Li Fengge was so terrifying. Then they looked at the proud man and found his white hair fluttering in the wind. He had a touch of the vicissitudes of life, but also a sense of freedom. His 8 tails swayed in the wind, fearless even in the face of an army of thousands. Yan Mountain's snowflakes are as big as a mat, falling to the Xianyuan Tai. The proud and aloof voice drifted out again. Lin Ling's body passed through the demonic smoke. None of the 1,000,000 flame beasts could touch Lin Ling. My worries and the bright moon will follow you until the end of the world. His voice was illusory and ethereal. Lin Ling was like an outsider, allowing countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly deities to walk past him and see all the lives in the world. 1,000,000 celestial soldiers, none of them could attack Lin Ling. What? Everyone stared at this scene, feeling that it was too mysterious, too incredible, and too thrilling. How could Lin Ling be so fierce? Facing Li Fengge, who was almost invincible in the transcendent realm, he was actually safe and sound. When did Xianping province have such a godly figure? Li Fengge's eyes narrowed, the ancient emperor Qi he was exuding turned solemn. He unleashed all of his techniques, enough to kill a transcendent 7th level cultivator. However, all of this was useless against Lin Ling, who relied on the strange fox footwork to evade everything. Moreover, he saw Lin Ling walking towards him step by step. Although the speed was very slow, for some reason, he felt a strong pressure. The slower the pace, the more terrifying it was. All of this was too surreal. He thought that Lin Ling's arrogance would end when the angry maple flame tiger and demon venerable Jiao Yu appeared, but who knew that Lin Ling would merge with the ancient flame devil and reach the transformation stage, erupting with even more terrifying strength. What's the use of a cultivator who only knows how to run? Li Fengge shouted. He was still surrounded by the maple leaf great law, which made him temporarily helpless against Lin Ling, but Lin Ling would never be able to touch him. It's time to end this. However, at this moment, the evil voice became indifferent. The white-haired youth with 8 tails seemed to want to end everything. End? How? Although Lin Ling is undefeated, he's only using the ancient flame devil's speed as an advantage. It's impossible for him to defeat Li Fengge. He can't hurt Li Fengge. If he gets close, he'll give up his advantage and put himself in a disadvantageous position. Many experts said indifferently. They knew that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil couldn't hurt Li Fengge. Huh, you think you can? Li Fengge knew his advantage better than anyone else. He laughed loudly. I admit that I can't touch you in the short term, but after 3,000 moves you'll definitely die. You can't burn the devil flame for long. And if you want to kill me, it's impossible. I'll only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. I only need 1 move to kill you. Lin Ling's evil body became illusory, and his words made countless people's faces stiffen. He would only take 1 scoop of the 3,000 weak water. This meant that Lin Ling didn't need 3,000 moves to kill Li Fengge in 1 move. What a fool's dream. Countless people thought so. How could it be possible? Li Fengge also thought that it was impossible. Lin Ling's ancient flame devil was in an 8-tailed state, but even if it had 9 tails, it wouldn't be able to kill him. This was because, based on the demon god ranking, he was above the ancient flame devil. What was the ancient flame devil? It was just a trash little beast. Just 1 move, then come. Li Fengge raised his eyes, and his voice was like thunder. I'm here. However, just as he raised his eyes, a white-haired figure appeared above his head. That evil smile was revealed, and Li Fengge would never forget it. It was undeniable that his demon god ranking was higher than Lin Ling's, but in terms of speed, Lin Ling's ancient flame devil exceeded his imagination. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling appeared. Then come. It was still that arrogant voice. Li Fengge quietly held the god-slaying halberd in his right hand. Lin Ling had appeared, and perhaps he could take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. He only needed 1 move to succeed. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The crowd in the distance saw Lin Ling appear above Li Fengge's head. The 2 kings looked at each other from a distance. Suddenly, they felt that this shocking battle had finally ushered in the peak of the battle. 1 move, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. You've been fooled, Chiyu god-slaying halberd. Finally, Li Fengge let out a roar. The halberd pierced the sky, and strange phenomena appeared. That's not necessarily true. At the same time, Lin Ling finally made his move. Smoke filled the air, and it was mighty. It was like the palm of a demon king. The palm carried the power to shatter heaven and earth as it heavily slammed down. Soul-sealing seal. This palm was earth-shattering. Boom! The moment Chiyu god-slaying halberd appeared, it pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone saw that the halberd had penetrated Lin Ling's chest, stirring up all of Lin Ling's vitality. In less than a breath's time, Lin Ling would die. But at this moment, the giant palm slammed down. Buzz! Terrifying invisible ripples burst out. It was soul power. The most terrifying thing was that with the invisible soul power, the power of this palm was enough to move mountains and rivers. A large number of martial artists in the distance lost their footing and fell to the ground. They felt as if their souls had been attacked, and they spat out blood. Puff! Even Tian Xiangzi's face turned pale. His soul trembled, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A frightened voice came from his mouth, rank 40 soul power. Chapter 1252. At the same time, Li Fengge was still rejoicing at having killed Lin Ling. But in the next instant, his soul power exploded, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His soul went blank, and he realized that Chiyo's soul fragment had been shattered by Lin Ling. This soul fragment was one of Chiyo's reincarnated souls, but now it had disappeared. Without Chiyu, his strength had decreased by a full 70%. No! He roared and raised his head to look at Lin Ling instantly. He saw Lin Ling's evil smile as he pulled the god-slaying halberd out of his chest. Then, his corporeal body was covered in smoke as he slowly recovered. The god-slaying halberd was also in Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, Li Fengge was afraid. His strongest trump card had disappeared, and he had returned to normal. Lin Ling had defeated him. Indeed, he had taken only one out of the 3,000. One move was enough. His defense was strong, but his soul power was not as good as Lin Ling's. And after returning to normal, his martial heart was not strong at all. He quickly begged, "I admit defeat." These 3 words floated out, shocking the crowd. Li Fengge actually admitted defeat? I've said it before. Without external objects, you're just trash. Lin Ling looked down and said coldly, "And it's too late to admit defeat now. What are you going to do?" Li Fengge's face was pale. He could vaguely guess what Lin Ling was going to do, but he did not dare to imagine that he would die before Lin Ling. "What I'm going to do is what you're going to do to me. Die." His hand reached out, and his 5 sharp fingers pierced into Li Fengge's body. A strong suction force was generated, and Li Fengge's spiritual yuan and demonic spirit power were sucked into Lin Ling's body. No. Li Fengge had no strength to resist. He no longer had the domineering demeanor of the ancient emperor. His pupils dilated. How could this happen? After all, he possessed the broken soul of the reincarnated demon Lord Chiyu. In the future, he was going to become one of the 7 emperors. He was going to laugh at the heroes and command the wind and the clouds. Today's battle against Lin Ling was also the battle of his rise. After this battle, he was going to claim the credit of the 7 emperors and prove that he was a peerless genius. However, he had lost the battle that he never thought he would lose. Furthermore, he had lost to Lin Ling, a puny saint. "No, I won't lose." Li Fengge's voice was getting softer and softer, and his body was trembling. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. His domineering aura and strength came from external factors. He himself had not experienced any tempering, so his martial arts heart was extremely fragile. Without external factors, he was like a piece of trash. "How dare you!" At the same time, the Holy Mother of Ninely roared. Her voice was majestic, and the sound waves rushed towards Lin Ling, "Bastard!" Lady Water Mist angrily shouted. The Ninely Holy Mother had violated the rules. It was supposed to be a fair battle, but she actually interfered. It was only because she was shocked by Lin Ling's shocking talent that she tried to stop her. But, it was too late. "Fatty, you want to touch me?" However, under the countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his head. His other hand swept out like a claw, as if it could cut the sun, moon, and stars in half. Rumble. Wherever the claw passed, the devil flame finally erupted. The earth-shattering sound wave attack was actually cut off by Lin Ling's claw. What? Countless people's expressions changed drastically. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Ling had 9 tails behind him. This was the peak state of the ancient flame devil. Could it be that he had devoured the fire elemental energy of the furious maple flaming tiger and strengthened the ancient flame devil? Everyone looked at the furious maple flaming tiger and found that the ancient demon god had become illusory, about to dissipate from the world at any time. Sure enough, Lin Ling had absorbed the power of the furious maple flaming tiger and become a peak ancient flame devil. This boy is going to dominate and become an emperor. Countless people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil and had been in a state of dodging. However, with one move, he had immediately killed Li Fengge. Today, Lin Ling had become famous in this battle. Moreover, for many ancient masters, Lin Ling not only had powerful essence and qi, but even his soul was extremely terrifying. He was a rare cultivator who cultivated essence, qi, and soul. At this moment, Ninely Holy Mother was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could block the attack of her Saint Realm Master. The fat on her body trembled in anger. Just as she was about to attack again, a calm voice rang out, "Ninely Holy Mother, don't make a fool of yourself." The voice was very soft, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Ninely Holy Mother looked over and a deep sense of dread appeared in the depths of her eyes. In the end, she coldly snorted and gritted her teeth, not saying a word. The person who spoke was Lord Pu. She, Ninely Holy Mother, could not give face to anyone, but she had to give face to Lord Pu. She knew how terrifying that handsome middle-aged man could be when he was angry. Today's shocking battle happened in front of everyone. "If you attack, you will lose face for Kuan Temple," Lord Pu said again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling in the distance. There was a deep sense of horror in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling, a triple cultivator of essence, chi, and soul, it was too unbelievable. Of course, he wasn't the only one, the others felt the same way too. Li Fengge was a peerless genius with all kinds of trump cards that could shake the world. Even a seventh heaven transcendent realm cultivator would die in front of him. No one was optimistic about Lin Ling in this battle. In fact, at the beginning, everyone thought that Lin Ling could force Li Fengge to use some of his trump cards. However, they never thought about Lin Ling's trump cards. With those trump cards that were impossible to appear in heaven and earth, Lin Ling ruthlessly crushed Li Fengge from the beginning to the end. Even the ancient demon commander Qi Yu was shattered alive. Li Fengge, the peerless genius of a generation, had fallen before he could rise. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand pulled back, causing Li Fengge's lifeless body to slowly fall from the sky. Li Fengge's eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Perhaps this was his only thought before he died. He was indeed unwilling. He had failed to rise as a peerless genius. All his dreams were just a pipe dream. Trash. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at Li Fengge. Indeed, if Li Fengge wasn't trash, what was he? He had an innate advantage, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. After the belief in his heart was shattered, he immediately lost the will to fight. If it wasn't for those strong advantages, Li Fengge was nothing. Who else doesn't like me? Heroes, heroes, welcome to the battle. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sea-gazing corner and shouted in a domineering manner. The crowd fell silent. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Welcome to the battle. He had fought for a long time, but he was still not afraid of anyone. Who else in Xianping province could beat him this year? Unfortunately, although Lin Ling was arrogant, no one dared to fight. Everyone smiled bitterly. The eyes of the demon god North Sea, Heavenly Lord Su Xing, and the other experts were filled with fear, especially the demon god North Sea. He could sense that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. It was too terrifying. After all, how long had it been since Lin Ling had grown so strong? As for the experts, they all had different thoughts as they looked at the handsome young man. Some were happy, some were gloomy, and some were depressed, especially the experts of the martial pavilion. Their faces were ugly. In this shocking battle, someone had bet on Lin Ling's victory, and they had bet 30,000 primary stones. Now, they had to pay 300,000 primary stones. They had lost all the money they had earned. Tian Xiangzi, get over here. Chapter 1253. To soar into the sky. Previously, Tian Xiangzi was so confident that Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, he used a righteous tone to speak on behalf of the heavens to affect Lin Ling's fighting spirit. Although Lin Ling did not mind, Lin Ling naturally did not have a good impression of him. Finally, the first hexagram of my life has failed. Tian Xiangzi's face was as pale as death. He had performed countless divinations in his life, and had never failed. In fact, he had even performed a divination for the human emperor, and had succeeded with 60% success. However, today, he failed for the first time. Moreover, his opponent was just a nameless young man. With this defeat, all of his efforts went down the drain. His reputation as Tian Xiangzi in Xianping province was completely ruined. This made him smile bitterly. He had played with eagles his whole life, but in the end, he was pecked blind by an eagle. He had been too confident in himself. However, he also knew why his divination had failed. There were two reasons why he had failed. First, the other party's soul power surpassed his. Second, the other party did not belong to this world. Obviously, it was the first reason that had caused him to fail. However, he didn't know that the second point was also one of them. I lost. Sighing, Tian Xiangzi walked out and looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with fear. This was the first time he had encountered a young man he couldn't see through. Then he dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Ling, then turned and left. From now on, I won't perform any more divinations. The crowd was astounded. Not only had Lin Ling defeated a peerless genius today, he had even forced an ancient figure to lower his head. Lin Ling had taken all the limelight today. Lin Ling's countenance was as calm as ever, unmoved. Tian Xiangzi's ending was a result of his own actions. He didn't deserve any sympathy. His gaze swept over the crowd before landing on the Dark North Demon God. The coldness in his eyes caused the Dark North Demon God's heart to tremble violently as a sense of fear rose up in his heart. Back in the sacred land of the rainforest, Lin Ling was just an ant in his eyes. He could kill Lin Ling however he wanted. If Venerable Si Calming hadn't shown up, he would have killed Lin Ling long ago. However, Lin Ling came to Xianping province like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. He killed his son and defeated his daughter. At that time, Venerable Si Calming realized that Lin Ling was quite powerful. But now, he was not just powerful, but terrifying. He was a little afraid of Lin Ling. It's just a glance, why are you so nervous? Lin Ling's words made many people look at the evil god of North Darkness. They suddenly found that the latter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Had the evil god of North Darkness been frightened by Lin Ling's gaze? The Dark North Demon God's expression was ferocious. Lin Ling was toying with him. He roared angrily, "Come and fight me if you dare. Why are you so agitated?" However, Lin Ling replied calmly. His reply was casual. Compared to the Dark North Demon God's anger, everyone knew who was afraid. The Dark North Demon God had shocked Xianping province with his evilness. However, compared to the white-haired, 8-tailed young man, whose evilness was like a child's play, Lin Ling was the real evilness. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze. He wanted to settle old debts, but he also knew that this was not the right place because there were too many people watching. Therefore, after looking at the Dark North Demon God and then at the solemn celestial master Su Xing in the distance, he ignored them. Jin Luotong, you said that you were a genius of the 10 halls of Langya and that you lost to me last time because you were careless. Now, I'll give you a chance to fight. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Jin Luotong as he spoke calmly. 10 moves. At this moment, Jin Luotong was standing in the crowd. He was shocked. The moment Lin Ling's gaze fell on him, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Lin Ling was someone who would repay kindness and take revenge. As expected, he would settle accounts one by one. Moreover, Lin Ling had used all his strength to defeat him in the past, but now he was giving him 10 moves. How domineering. Come and fight. Fight. Lin Ling spoke again, causing many people to look at Jin Luotong. Previously, when Lin Ling fought Li Fenga, Jin Luotong had stepped forward to stop him. Now, Lin Ling was giving him a chance. I admit defeat. Jin Luotong's expression kept changing. Finally, he spat out these words in shame. Seeing this, many people shook their heads and laughed. Jin Luotong was a genius of the 10 halls of Langya. However, Lin Ling was giving him 10 moves and he didn't even dare to fight. He was obviously someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was extremely embarrassing. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he stepped forward and walked towards the sea-gazing corner. There was a meaningful look in the eyes of the various experts. In the end, they slowly left. No one had expected Lin Ling to win today's battle. Lin Ling seemed to have soared into the sky with a single leap. This child is young but already has the strength of a hero. If he uses the ancient flame devil, he will become a hero. Very powerful battle strength. Most importantly, he's only a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator. However, a hero's aura is majestic. Lin Ling has threatened them with his identity as a hero. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. When they left, everyone was discussing fervently. Lord Pu calmly stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile on his face. He was looking forward to seeing if Lin Ling would become one of the 10 halls of Langia. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a triple cultivator. Although you don't have Li Fengge's talent, your foundation is the most solid in Xianping province. Old man Dong Fu looked at Lin Ling walking over and couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Old man Nan Bei and the others were in a daze. In such a short period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have grown close to their level. Venerable Si Kaming really had good foresight to recruit a genius like Lin Ling. Hee, interesting little guy. Hee. Lu Susu also smiled and left. Although she was surprised by Lin Ling's achievements, she felt that it was normal after thinking about it. With a mysterious expert as his master, how weak could Lin Ling be? This made her extremely curious about the mysterious expert. Who was this mysterious expert? He didn't seem that old. Lin Ling, hee. Yang Gan also came to Lin Ling's side. He smiled excitedly and thumped Lin Ling's chest. When Lin Ling defeated Li Fengge, he was even more excited and proud than Lin Ling. I was just lucky. Hee. Lin Ling also smiled. He also saw that Yang Gan was the only one who cared about him. Such a person was a brother and a partner. It seemed that he had to forge a set of Emperor's refined armor for Yang Gan. Let's go. Hee. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling led everyone away. The next day, the news of Lin Ling defeating Li Fengge spread throughout Xianping province. Who was Lin Ling? Chapter 1254. Return to home. The 72 demon gods of the heavens were ancient demon gods. Those who possessed them could become great heroes. Lin Ling possessed the ancient flame devil, so he would become a great hero in the future. But now, Lin Ling could unleash the strength of a great hero with the ancient flame devil. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Moreover, everyone knew Li Fengge. This person came from the ancient Jiuli tribe and possessed a mysterious power. Even great heroes didn't dare to underestimate him. He was even valued by one of the 7 emperors and was called a peerless genius. However, he was still defeated. Although many great heroes didn't watch the battle personally, they knew that it must be extremely exciting. In Xianping province, countless experts remembered the name Lin Ling. At this moment, the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture was extremely lively. Venerable Si Kaming and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to become famous again in just a few days. This guy is really abnormal. Amazing. Venerable Si Kaming shook his head in shock at the miracle Lin Ling had created. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were also smiling. Although they didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling's achievements were, they knew a thing or two from Venerable Si Kaming's expression. At this moment, in the Purple Mansion, Elder Z, Li Fengge's martial arts seemed to have formed the laws of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for my physical body and the ancient flame devil's speed, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist. Lin Ling looked at Elder Z and said, Your Majesty, that's a heaven-rank martial art. It uses the laws of heaven and earth to create one's own martial Tao. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao. Elder Z explained. The martial Tao is the heavenly Tao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. It seemed that if he wanted to form his own rules of martial arts, he would have to let his extreme martial arts reach the pinnacle stage. The extreme martial arts were divided into 4 stages: small success, large success, pinnacle, and extraordinary. Currently, Lin Ling had just reached the pinnacle stage of the fire attribute general trend. He was still a bit away from reaching the extraordinary stage. Even though Lin Ling borrowed the ancient flame devil to fight against a transcendent 7th stage expert, the ancient flame devil was ultimately an external object and not a part of his martial arts. Hence, for the sake of his future, Lin Ling still needed to improve his extreme martial arts. In the 1 year in Zifu, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he constantly comprehended and fought. Even though his cultivation did not increase, it made Lin Ling's cultivation more solid. At the same time, Lin Ling's universe card also received 300,000 source stones. This was a huge sum of money. It allowed Lin Ling to unceasingly learn the way of forging in Zifu. Among them, Lin Ling had refined a lot of Emperor refined armors. However, for Emperor refined armors, Lin Ling still needed to spend a lot of time. Among the 300,000 source stones, Lin Ling had spent 100,000 source stones to purchase materials. Even though most of them were wasted, Lin Ling knew that today's losses would definitely be repaid in the future. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. The way of forging was also through spending money. After a long time, Lin Ling finally left Zifu. The universe card appeared in his hand, causing a slight smile to appear on his face. It was time to let his grandfather and the others go home. However, before that, he had to clean up the rainforest sacred land. Little Flame, let's go home together. On Lin Ling's shoulder, the little red-furred monkey appeared. It looked at Lin Ling with a smile and nodded its head. Little Flame had been bitterly cultivating in Zifu for a long time. After all, 1 year in Zifu was 1 day in the outside world. Even though there were no cultivation resources in Zifu, Little Flame was still able to grow rapidly due to its innate ferocious beast nature. Right now, within its red fur, there was a faint red bone armor that was faintly discernible. Lin Ling knew that during this time, Little Flame had been cultivating in the myriad Devil Mountain. It fought against demons and devils. These demons and devils were all captured by Great Emperor Zhai Xing in the past. Even though many years had passed and these demons and devils had become extremely weak, they were still valued by Great Emperor Zhai Xing. Even if they were weak, they were still terrifying. With these demons as training partners, Little Flame's strength naturally increased greatly. It could no longer be called a ferocious beast. It had reached the level of a desolate beast, the same level as the ancient flame devil and other demon gods. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and made a sound. Lin Ling smiled. He knew what Little Flame meant. Was he not going to inform Patriarch Tai Yen and the others when he returned to the Rainforest Sacred Land? Even though the Rainforest Sacred Land belongs to me now, it is no longer the same as before. Hence, before Grandfather and the others know about this, I want everything in the Rainforest Sacred Land to be the same as before. Lin Ling looked at the sky and said indifferently. Little Flame smiled and understood Lin Ling's painstaking efforts. Next, Lin Ling left the treasures to his family and friends. He then left Sky Tomb City. He put on the cloak again and used his cultivation technique. His aura became mysterious. Leaving the teleportation formation in Sky Tomb City, Lin Ling arrived at the closest place to the 6 Saint regions. Then, he walked. The direction he was in obviously did not lead him to the Rainforest Sacred Land. It was close to the 100 regions. At this moment, in the direction of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 100,000 mountains, the scenery was beautiful. It was as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. Even though the Rainforest Sacred Land had changed, this was still a small place. Hence, it did not experience any major changes. It does not matter if it does not grow. It must be done, the Milky Way will be pulled up, and the whole world will be cleansed. Kai Jiao of the Qilin Pavilion will leave behind the powder. He will laugh and leave. How many people can do this in the past? In the endless green mountains, an old voice drifted out, creating endless echoes. In front of him, the waves were long and leisurely. A small boat moved along the sea, causing Lin Ling, who was in the sky, to smile. He stepped on the clouds, holding a flagon of wine in his hand. Looking at the people on the ground, a sense of heroism and freedom rose in his heart. After which, he passed the wine jar to Little Flame. Little Flame also smiled and drank a mouthful. However, that mouthful was too big, causing Lin Ling to feel a little heartache as he said, "Little Flame, drink slowly. This wine is extremely precious. You have to taste it slowly and not swallow it in one gulp." GG. Little Flame made a sound of protest. Hence, Lin Ling and Little Flame's quarrel could be heard in the sky. They stepped on the clouds and flew into the distance. Even though they were quarreling, they were in a happy mood. It was as if they had returned home. It was as if they had returned home with honor. "Grandpa, look at the sky. Those martial artists are walking on air." There were 4 people on the small boat. At this moment, a child pointed to the sky and said. His eyes were filled with admiration. "Those are the powerful martial artists." The old man who was rowing the boat said indifferently. There was also respect on his face. The 2 of them were obviously boatmen. The other 2 people on the boat were dressed as martial artists. They had a look of disdain. "It's just walking on air. What's so great about it? Look at how excited that guy is. I'm afraid he has just learned how to walk on air. He can barely walk in the sky." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. That figure shot into the distance like a meteor and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 2 martial artists who spoke narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying speed. That young guy was not a newcomer who had just learned how to walk on air. He might even be stronger than them. Chapter 1255. Mountain View Town. In his memory, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement as he constantly spoke to Little Flame, which caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker. Was this the place where Big Brother Lin Ling first grew up? Soon enough, the familiar mountains and rivers appeared. It was still so tranquil and so nostalgic. Mountain View Town had appeared. Right now, Mountain View Town was still bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking along the streets. Compared to the past, the martial artists were much stronger now. Heaven's spirit realm experts could be seen everywhere. Back then, martial spirit realm experts were all dominating existences. With a difference of 2 major realms, it was clear that the era had changed drastically. Apart from the fact that there are more and stronger martial artists here, everything is still the same as before. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and took off his cloak. There was no need to hide his identity now that he was back. Of course, even if he was back, not many people would recognize him. Subsequently, Lin Ling walked around Mountain View Town, searching for the memories he left behind. I'm afraid the Sky Crane sect doesn't come with good intentions for today's negotiation. Sect Master, all of our Gu Yen sect's experts have been mobilized. We are most afraid that we will be wiped out in one fell swoop. On the main street, a large number of experts were walking along the streets. One of them was speaking to a middle-aged man with a frown. What will come will come. Not only the Gu Yen sect, but the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has also changed. I don't know what happened to the sacred ground that caused so many foreign experts to appear. A middle-aged man with high brows sighed. He didn't expect for a small place like the 100,000 Mountains to attract foreign experts. Right now, a massive sect called the Sky Crane sect had arrived and wanted to seize the #1 sect position in the 100,000 Mountains. Their Gu Yen sect and the Sky Crane sect had been fighting for a long time and suffered countless casualties. Today, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect had sent out an invitation for a negotiation between the 2 sects to determine the final victor of the 100,000 Mountains. For this reason, all the experts of the Gu Yen sect had come to Mountain View Town. A group of people walked along the streets and arrived at the most bustling restaurant in Mountain View Town. They waited quietly for the arrival of the Sky Crane sect. On the streets, the pedestrians' eyes were flickering. In the past, the Ancient Face sect was glorious and was even famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This was the sect where the #1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, grew up. However, as time passed, it was said that the #1 martial expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, had fallen, which caused the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to change. The Sky Crane sect is a foreign sect. How arrogant are they? If Lin Ling was still here, would they even have the chance to invade so domineeringly? It is a pity that Lin Ling has fallen. According to the rumors, not only the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but even the Rainforest Sacred Land has changed. There are even more foreign martial experts there. Sigh, these foreign experts are eyeing us covetously. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Without a flag, he would be overbearing and arrogant. Gu Yen sect. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking along the streets. His eyes revealed a smear of nostalgia. He actually met the people from the Gu Yen sect. He wondered if sect master Mo Jingtian was doing well. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant where the Gu Yen sect was located. He was passing by this place because he wanted to resolve the issue between the Rainforest Sacred Land and the 100 Regions. Now that he saw that the Gu Yen sect seemed to be in trouble, as long as it didn't take too much time, he decided to lend a hand. Stop right there. Who are you? Just as he approached the restaurant, a young man drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was a disciple of the Gu Yen sect and was in charge of guarding. This made Lin Ling even more certain that the Gu Yen sect was facing a formidable enemy. They were probably in big trouble. I am looking for Mo Jingtian. Lin Ling smiled as he drank a mouthful of wine. You are courting death. The young man shouted angrily. This person was about the same age as him, but he was arrogant enough to look for the Supreme Elder. What qualifications did he have? Sir, seeing that you are so young, I don't want you to walk the path of death. You should leave. The Gu Yen sect is in big trouble now, so they are more vigilant against others. Moreover, if you approach the Gu Yen sect rashly, you might get into trouble. A young lady in white walked out of the restaurant. She looked at Lin Ling and said calmly. When the others saw the young lady, they all bowed respectfully and greeted her as eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister, this person might be a spy from the Sky Crane sect. He might be here to investigate the situation. The young man who pointed his sword at Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe Lin Ling. Don't worry. He should have nothing to do with the Sky Crane sect. Let him go. The young lady in white shook her head calmly. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Sir, please leave. Don't let your life fade away because of curiosity. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. He was older than the young lady, but the young lady said that he was young. However, although the young lady was arrogant, her temper wasn't bad. At least, she told Lin Ling not to get into trouble. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of the young lady. Thank you. However, you seem to be younger than me. Moreover, to reach the martial spirit realm at such a young age, your talent is not bad. Lin Ling said with a smile. He remembered that when he was at the young lady's age, he was at most in the body refining realm. Everyone was stunned. This young man was so arrogant. After seeing the #1 genius of the Gu Yen sect, he actually said that she was younger than him. Even the young lady frowned. She kindly reminded him, but he actually put on the airs of a senior in front of her. The young man angrily shouted, impudent. How dare you talk to eldest senior sister like that? As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The bright light made it seem as if one was looking at flowers in the fog. No one could see through the sword. It's here. The Nine Dragons Sword Technique created by Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. This sword technique was created by the most outstanding genius in the history of the Gu Yen sect, Lin Ling's Nine Dragon Strength. The crowd exclaimed. Obviously, this sword technique was quite famous in the 100,000 mountains. Nine Dragon Strength. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This martial art was the first martial art he learned when he was a beginner. He didn't expect Mo Jingtian to comprehend it and use it to create his own sword technique. This sword technique is not bad. However, because it's gaudy, it slows down a little. 100 swords in a breath can actually be converted into 50 swords in a breath. Sacrificing 50 swords to increase the speed. Lin Ling said as he calmly looked at the sword. Arrogant. The crowd was enraged. This young man actually dared to evaluate the Nine Dragons sword technique. What qualifications did he have? Bastard. This sword technique was created to commemorate the number one genius, Lin Ling. This brat is so arrogant that he has blasphemed the entire Gu Yen sect. The girl in white also shouted. Her impression of Lin Ling had plummeted. Commemoration? Lin Ling was stunned. The Nine Dragons sword technique was created to commemorate him? You can die now. At the same time, the dragon sword shot over. It was like the finishing touch of a dragon. No one could see through this sword. Of course, this sword was too weak for Lin Ling. Still drinking, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. With 2 fingers, the dazzling sword was caught between his fingers. At this moment, the crowd in front of the restaurant was silent. I've said that this sword technique is too gaudy. You must sacrifice 50 swords to increase the speed. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Even the girl in white's eyes widened. With her strength, she had to spend a great deal of effort to break that sword. However, this young man had broken her sword with just 2 fingers and had even pointed out the weakness of her sword. You're courting death. Chapter 1256. Brother Yun, have a safe journey. This time, everyone's face stiffened. Using flesh and blood to crush a steel sword, this was too crazy. The young man's face turned ferocious as he felt extremely humiliated. What happened? At this moment, a large number of figures walked out of the restaurant. These people were the upper echelons of Gu Yen sect. Sect leader, elder, this person is a spy sent by Sky Crane sect. He wants to investigate the situation of our Gu Yen sect. The young man immediately shouted. The experts of Gu Yen sect narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Moreover, this person insulted Elder Mo Jingtian's Nine Dragons sword technique. He said that this sword technique is useless. The girl in white frowned and said. She could not tolerate anyone slandering the commemorative sword because it was the sword technique that commemorated the number one genius in her heart. Yeah, he said that the sword technique is too flashy. If out of 100 swords, give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed, then this sword technique can be called perfect. The crowd also voiced out and glared at Lin Ling. Now that all the big shots were here, how could this brat still be so arrogant? The ancient face sect leader and the other strong cultivators looked at Lin Ling indifferently. They realized that Lin Ling was still drinking his wine with a faint smile, as if he would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Finally, the ancient face sect leader frowned and said, "Is this how you evaluate this sword technique? What qualifications do you have?" He did not think that this young man was a spy. However, his words had insulted the number one genius of Gu Yen sect. After all, the commemorative sword was not something that anyone could evaluate. Give up 50 sword flowers and use them to increase the speed. So that's why. However, before Lin Ling could say anything, a shocked voice came from the restaurant. This sword technique is perfect. The crowd quietened down. The person who spoke seemed to be saying that the sword that Lin Ling evaluated was the perfect sword. This caused the Gu Yen sect leader to frown. Who was so arrogant? However, just as his voice faded, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the restaurant, causing everyone's gaze to fiercely tremble. Some of the younger generation members even respectfully bowed. Greetings to Grand Elder Mo Jingtian. They respected Mo Jingtian from the bottom of their hearts. This was because this ancient expert was said to be the sect leader of Lin Ling's generation. Just this fact alone was enough for everyone to bow down to him. The sect leader of Gu Yen sect was shocked. The Nine-Dragon Sword technique was created by Elder Mo Jingtian, and it was the most mysterious sword technique. But now, Elder Mo Jingtian actually agreed with the young man's words. Elder Mo, this is... Everyone asked in confusion. At this moment, Mo Jingtian did not care about the crowd at all. Instead, he was staring at Lin Ling. His eyes were fixed there for a full 10 breaths. Gradually, the crowd noticed that Mo Jingtian's body was trembling. What the hell is going on? Everyone was even more surprised. This sword was created to commemorate the number 1 genius, Lin Ling. Therefore, if the person involved does not have the right to evaluate it, what right do others have? Tears welled up in Mo Jingtian's eyes. He took a big step forward and walked towards Lin Ling. This made the crowd even more confused. What's wrong with Mo Jingtian today? However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. Mo Jingtian walked towards the young man and knelt down on one knee. A dignified voice could be heard. You're back. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. One should know that Mo Jingtian was an ancient figure. Even the current sect leader of Gu Yen sect had to bow down to him. Mo Jingtian had never bowed to anyone before. But now, he was bowing to a young man. This was too surreal. Yes, I'm back. Lin Ling smiled faintly and helped Mo Jingtian up. Mo Jingtian swept his gaze across the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling waved his hand to stop him. I'm just passing by. I don't have much time. Therefore, if you can avoid it, please don't. This. Mo Jingtian felt indignant on behalf of Lin Ling previously. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling was the Gu Yen sect and even the Heaven of Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, since Lin Ling had said so, he naturally wouldn't announce Lin Ling's identity. At the same time, he was impressed by Lin Ling's calm state of mind. If it was someone else, they would be eager to announce their honor. However, Lin Ling didn't. He would avoid it if he could. This kind of calmness wasn't something that anyone could do. Let's talk inside the restaurant. Tell me, what happened in Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Lin Ling smiled and stepped into the restaurant. Mo Jingtian quickly followed behind, leaving the crowd outside the restaurant stunned. They still didn't know what had happened. As for the young man who had his sword broken, his expression turned even uglier. The white-robed young lady's brows were tightly knitted. She was the number 1 prodigy of the Gu Yen sect, but she didn't receive such treatment. What right did that young man have? Alright, since Elder Mo has said so, everyone shouldn't take the previous incident to heart. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect said indifferently. He didn't know what had happened and was even suppressing a gloomy feeling in his heart. That young man actually ignored him. However, Elder Mo had spoken. Hence, even though he was gloomy, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, in the restaurant, Mo Jingtian looked at Lin Ling in shock. In the rumors, Lin Ling was already dead. However, today, Lin Ling had actually returned. The rumors couldn't be trusted indeed. Have a seat. Just like a friend. Oh right, what happened in Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Lin Ling sat down and asked with a smile. After asking Mo Jingtian to sit down, he replied, currently, there is a huge change in Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many people have died in Cloud Sea City. The foreign martial artists are overbearing. Only a faction from the rainforest sacred ground is holding them back. However, it's difficult for a lone tree to hold them back. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. Although he had guessed that the Su Xing Divine Palace controlled the rainforest sacred ground and that every day here would feel like a year, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Where is the current emperor, Yunixuan? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Sigh, the current emperor passed away half a year ago. Mo Jingtian sighed softly, causing Lin Ling's expression to freeze. Yunixuan was dead? The second prince who had helped him in the past, his former comrade, his supporter, and his brother who had fought side by side with him, was dead? A wisp of anger, a wisp of killing intent, and a wisp of grief silently erupted from Lin Ling's body. It caused the entire restaurant to shake violently. Everyone felt a heavenly might. At this moment, they actually had the urge to kneel down. What frightening strength! Mo Jingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was closer to Lin Ling, so he felt as though he had seen the wrath of the heavens. Of course, this terrifying pressure quickly disappeared. In its place, a low voice rang out, Su Xing Divine Palace. Lin Ling, the people outside the Su Xing Divine Palace are the masterminds. However, the ones who killed Yunixuan are from other sections. They are all from sects outside the rainforest sacred ground. It seems as though the walls of the rainforest sacred ground are being pushed down by everyone. Mo Jingtian gritted his teeth and said. Not long ago, he had been to the Cloud Sea city of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That was why he knew all this. I will end everything. Lin Ling sucked in a deep breath and looked at the sky through the window. It was as though he saw his handsome comrade of the past. Yunixuan seemed to be smiling at him and saying, being able to meet you, Lin Ling, means that I, Yunixuan, have not lived in vain. Wine, come. Countless ripples appeared in his heart. Lin Ling shouted and waved his right hand. All the wine on the table floated up and then fell down. Brother Yun, this wine will accompany you on your journey. If we fight side by side in our next life, Lin Ling promises that blood will be repaid with blood. Swoosh. Chapter 1257. 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. At this moment, the people of Gu Yan's sect were all sitting on the first floor. The girl in white still felt uncomfortable. She looked at the sect leader and said, Sect leader, that young man is too arrogant. It's fine if he humiliated me and my junior brother, but he dared to blaspheme the number one sword technique. That sword technique commemorates the number one genius of Gu Yan's sect, Lin Ling. Alright, Elder Mo has spoken. Don't take what happened before to heart. The sect leader of Gu Yan's sect waved his hand and said. The girl in white clenched her teeth and became even angrier. The person who came was frivolous. In fact, she did not care. What she cared about was that he blasphemed the idol in her heart. She was able to become the number one genius of Gu Yan's sect because she knew about Lin Ling's deeds since she was young. She used it to motivate herself and eventually became the strongest genius of Gu Yan's sect. Huh, you're really timely. At this moment, a smiling voice floated into the restaurant. A large number of people stepped into the restaurant. People of Sky Crane sect. The eyes of the people of Gu Yan's sect focused. They were finally here. They were looking at an old man with white hair and a white beard who was trembling in spirit. The old man's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking down on the cultivators of the 100 territories. He was the sect master of the Sky Crane sect. The Sky Crane sect was not a sect from the rainforest's holy land. Instead, it came from a place that was even weaker than the rainforest's holy land. If it was before, Sky Crane's sect would not dare to be arrogant in the 100 territories. But now, the rainforest holy land was in chaos. Heroes were rising, so they had the courage to do so. He Tianhe, what do you want to talk about? The sect leader of Gu Yan's sect stood up and said indifferently. The old man smiled disdainfully, but his eyes looked at the young man beside him. He then showed a respectful and flattering look. Young Master Shao, we have done what you asked. All the experts of Gu Yen's sect are here. Who is this person? The experts of Gu Yen's sect stared at the young man. He Tianhe was an outsider, so he was extremely arrogant. He rarely bowed his head to others. But now, he bowed respectfully. This showed that the young man's background was not ordinary. Yes, he Tianhe and my family have some friendship, so I decided to help you today. Are these the people you want to get rid of? Not bad, we'll be able to catch all of you in one go. The young man in luxurious embroidered clothes played with his fingernails as he spoke indifferently, and he seemed like an emperor that ruled over everything. He came from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, and although he belonged to the lowest level of disciples in the sect, but in the 8-star Saint region, he was an existence that could dominate. The Sky Crane sect is indeed untrustworthy. They're here to catch all of us in one fell swoop. The faces of the people from Gu Yen's sect changed drastically. The other party had indeed invited them here with ulterior motives. Sir, this is a matter between the Gu Yen's sect and the Heavenly Crane sect. I hope that you will not interfere. Moreover, if you really want to fight, then fight fairly. Deceiving all of us to come here and catch us all in one fell swoop, sir, you are truly too treacherous and cunning. While everyone was shocked, the white-clothed young lady angrily said. Your appearance is not bad. Then aside from you, everyone else will have to die. However, the young man spoke calmly, staring at the girl in white with interest. You're going too far. The people from Gu Yen's sect all shouted angrily. The other party had deceived them, and wanted them all dead. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. The Gu Yen sect leader took a step forward. In the face of disaster, as the sect leader, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Just a trash sect from the countryside. You think you have the right to speak to me? The young man's cold smile became even more intense. He lightly slapped out with his palm, and a majestic power exploded, causing the Gu Yen sect leader to spit out a mouthful of blood as if he was blown by a strong wind. He smashed into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. So strong. Everyone's faces changed drastically. In one move, the Gu Yen sect leader was defeated. The white-clothed young lady's beautiful eyes narrowed. In her heart, the sect leader could be said to be invincible, but the young man told her from above that the sect leader she worshipped was also trash. Young Master Shao is indeed the #1 genius. I'm afraid that in the younger generation of Xianping province, you can be ranked in the top 10. Sky Crane sect leader also sucked in a breath of cold air before flattering the young man. Although it was flattery, the young man seemed to be enjoying it very much. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the people of Gu Yen's sect. 1, 2, 3. Forget it, 10 of you come at me together. He could clearly kill everyone in an instant, but he did not do so. Instead, he wanted to prove his strength and slowly show his brilliance. Bastard. The faces of the people from Gu Yen's sect were ugly. The other party was humiliating them. A large number of elders walked out. Gu Yen's sect was going to be destroyed today, but even if their heads were broken and their blood flowed, their proud backs could not be bent. Even if they died, they would not be afraid of a battle. A group of trash, do you have the right to be arrogant? The young man calmly attacked, and the elders were all repelled, shocking the entire Mountain View town. At this moment, on the second floor, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. He drank a cup, then poured another cup, as a sacrifice to his comrade Yunixuan. His heart was extremely cold at this moment. Yunixuan, the former second prince of the Cloud Sea Empire. At that time, Lin Ling, who was still very weak, joined his camp. After offending the third prince, it was Yunixuan who protected Lin Ling. Later on, Lin Ling grew crazily, attracting the attention of the crown prince, the empress dowager, and the imperial advisor's residence. It was also the second prince who helped him, until Lin Ling completely rose. Yunixuan's martial strength was not strong, but he did his best to help him. Moreover, unlike the third prince and the crown prince, Yunixuan was truly doing it for the common people. Just like this time, he died for the common people. Yunixuan died tragically. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain stopped. Looking up, I roared to the sky, my heart was filled with passion. 30 achievements, dust and soil, 8,000 miles of cloud and moon. Heroic words came out of his mouth. Lin Ling slowly poured the last cup of wine in his hand onto the ground. After that, he finally stood up. The sacrifice was over, and it was time to settle everything. Lin Ling. Mo Jingtian had been waiting quietly by the side. When he saw Lin Ling stand up, he murmured. Naturally, he also heard the explosion on the first floor. However, Lin Ling was mourning for his comrade, so he did not dare to disturb him. I'm leaving. Lin Ling said softly. With a wave of his right hand, a green ring appeared. He passed it to Mo Jingtian and said, there are many treasures in this ring, enough for your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked down the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor, everyone was still shocked by the strength of the mysterious young man. On the other hand, the people of Sky Crane's sect were gloating over the misfortune of Gu Yen's sect. Some of them were even filled with pride and complacency. Gu Yen's sect was indeed powerful. However, after they invited an even stronger expert, Gu Yen's sect was nothing but trash. If you want to blame someone, blame your backer for being too weak. The sect leader of Sky Crane's sect smiled faintly. His disdainful voice made the people of Gu Yen's sect grit their teeth even more. The 100 Territories is our hometown. Now that our hometown is declining, you outsiders are eyeing it covetously. What's the use of not dying? Chapter 1258. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tian Xian wouldn't die. This guy. The white-clothed girl naturally recognized Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling reprimand the other party, she felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Huh, you have a problem with that? As for the youth from the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, he tilted his head. This person seemed a little mysterious, but no matter how mysterious he was, as long as he was an 8-star Saint Realm expert, he wasn't afraid. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to? Impudent. Go die. As soon as the young man finished speaking, an old man from the Sky Crane sect walked out. He had a murderous aura and a snow-white broadsword appeared in his hand. He stomped on the ground and pounced towards Lin Ling. Be careful. The people from the Gu Yen sect subconsciously shouted. No matter what, the youth who walked down from the second floor was speaking for them. You can die now. Die. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Yunixuan's death made him sad, and it made him hate these outsiders who were eyeing him covetously. Everyone kicks a man who's down. The rainforest sacred land was occupied by the Void Star Divine Palace, and they were too lazy to care about it. Therefore, all the cultivators from various domains came here to plunder everything. These greedy and ruthless people must all die. Buzz. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a strange light that was incomparably terrifying. It could penetrate everything, and a vigorous soul force burst out. Boundless Demon Eye. Boom. The soul force martial art that he hadn't used for a long time was unleashed at this moment. Bang. In the air, a bloody mist burst out, extremely dazzling. The elder's body exploded. With just a glance from Lin Ling, he had stepped into the Yellow Springs. What? The crowd was shocked. How domineering was that? An Earth Spirit Realm expert had been killed with just a glance. Sir, this is a matter between me and the Gu Yen sect. I hope you won't interfere. The Sky Crane sect leader's eyes widened, and he quickly bowed respectfully. He guessed that he had met a foreign expert. After all, the experts in the 100 Territories were not powerful, so the young man should be an outsider. This expert had helped the Gu Yen sect on a whim, so as long as the Sky Crane sect leader was respectful and gave some rewards, the other party should not care about this matter. Interfere? Lin Ling's eyes grew even colder as his hoarse voice drifted out. I'm from the 100 Realms. This is my home. You're telling me not to interfere? Bang bang bang. The boundless demon eyes bloomed once again, and the people around the Sky Crane Sex Patriarch all exploded. With their strength, how could they withstand Lin Ling's terrifying soul force? This sudden change made the Gu Yen Sex people widen their eyes. They never thought that this young man's strength would be so terrifying. The entire body of the Sky Crane Sex Sect Master was trembling. Such terrifying strength. There was no fluctuation of spirit chi, and he had instantly killed all the elites. Moreover, this mysterious young man was actually someone from the 100 territories. When did such a powerful figure appear here? Young Master Shao. The Sky Crane Sex Sect Master hurriedly looked at the young man from the Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect, waiting for him to make a move. However, at this moment, the young man's face was solemn. He did not have the arrogance from before. After pondering for a while, he immediately knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. Boom. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Just now, that young man was so arrogant. He had easily defeated the Gu Yen Sex Sect Master, but now he was kneeling down and begging for mercy. How could this be? How could they know that the young man knew what method Lin Ling used to kill everyone? It was soul force. If he could use soul force to instantly kill everyone, then his soul force must have reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. I said, all of you must die. However, Lin Ling's handsome face was still cold. Begging for mercy when he could not win, how could that be possible? From another perspective, the Gu Yen Sex people were no match for him today. Would that young man let them go? Senior, I'm a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect. The young man knelt down and kowtowed. His face was pale. Anyone could see that he was extremely afraid. Not to mention that you are from the Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect, even if you are from the Langya 10 Palace Halls, I will still kill you. Lin Ling slowly walked down the stairs. His words made the young man's eyes widen. Although he was an insignificant existence in the Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect, he had naturally heard of the name of the Langya 10 Palace Halls. To him, it was a huge force that he had to look up to for his entire life. Now, the handsome young man in front of him dared to kill him. May I know Senior's name? The young man said in fear. I am Lin Ling. An ice-cold voice drifted out, causing the entire restaurant to become silent. Lin Ling, who did not know this name. Gu Yen Sex #1 expert, #1 genius, and #1 legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. To the disciples of the Three Elements Golden Dipper Sect, Lin Ling's achievements were not limited to these. The most terrifying thing was that he fought Li Fengge and became a hero. His name shook the Xianpeng province. Why is it you? The young man's face was even more terrified. He stood up and rushed out of the door without saying anything. At the same time, he said, Senior Lin Ling, I am just passing by. I am not the real mastermind. Please spare my life. As he ran, he tried to ask Lin Ling not to kill him. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was a dream. A genius expert from an ancient force, not only did he not dare to fight, he even ran away and begged for mercy. This was a 180-degree change from his previous arrogance. How could this be? The sect master of the Sky Crane sect stood there in a daze. He invited the expert to decide everything in the 100,000 mountains. Now, the expert he invited had run away. He did not know what to do next. As for the name Lin Ling, he naturally heard of Lin Ling. However, he only knew that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Gu Yen sect. Who knew that this #1 genius was so terrifying that even the disciples of the super sects were afraid of him? Did I say that you can go? Ice. At this moment, a cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. An invisible soul ocean exploded, forming a small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing and shooting towards the young man. The soul martial technique that he had not used for a long time appeared once again. Nirvana Blade. Bang! Just as the young man stepped out of the door, his body instantly exploded. Not only was his soul shattered, even his physical body was crushed by soul force. He wanted to escape. In his dreams. After that, Lin Ling did not even look at the sect master of the Sky Crane sect as he said indifferently, "Die on your own. Die." With that, Lin Ling walked towards the restaurant's door. His slender back made the sect master of the Sky Crane sect reveal a bitter smile. The background of the Gu Yen sect was so terrifying. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the sect master of the Sky Crane sect committed suicide under countless gazes. He also knew that he had offended such an expert. Even if he did not commit suicide, he would still die. Therefore, he might as well commit suicide. He could only blame himself for thinking that there were no experts in the 100 territories. The Sky Crane sect disintegrated just like that. The members of the Gu Yen sect were even more silent. They had spent so much effort to deal with the Sky Crane sect, but they actually committed suicide because of Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, the background of the Gu Yen sect, had such terrifying strength. Mo Jingtian, I have to rush to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom now. You handle the matters here. All right. Chapter 1259. Undying Faith. Everyone in the restaurant had already rushed out. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect saw that carefree figure and immediately knelt down. Plop. Everyone from the Gu Yen sect knelt down as well. Their eyes were filled with reverence and worship. He is Lin Ling. The white-robed young lady let out a bitter smile. She had met the person she worshipped, but she actually looked down on him. This made her extremely regretful. She still wanted to tell her idol about her worries and wanted to see the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a pity that she missed out on all these. As for the youth who drew his sword on Lin Ling, his face was even paler. He was completely convinced by Lin Ling's evaluation of his sword art. Elder Mo, you really hit it well. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect was still looking at the sky and let out a bitter smile. He didn't want to cause too much trouble and wanted to avoid it as much as possible. That's why he asked me to hide it. Furthermore, he was just passing by and didn't have much time. Mo Jingtian said indifferently. Then where is he going? Sigh. The sect master of the Gu Yen sect shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling might be much younger than him, but in his heart, Lin Ling's seniority was comparable to the sect master of the Gu Yen sect. It was his fortune to be able to meet Lin Ling in this lifetime. He is going to end everything. If Lin Ling doesn't die, Tian Xian won't die. Sigh. Mo Jingtian let out an excited smile and said word by word. Everyone was inexplicably excited. If Lin Ling didn't die, Tian Xian wouldn't die. Their legend had returned today to end everything. At this moment, the ancient Cloud Sea city was dilapidated and desolate. As the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, this was obviously the source of the chaos. Rumble. Every day, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The spirit energy light seemed to be breaking through the sky, causing all the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to gather together and form an alliance to resist the enemies. At this moment, on a mountain peak far away, a large number of experts were standing quietly and were divided into 3 sections. Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Not bad. It can be a branch of our Cloud Light sect. Currently, this is the Void Star Divine Palace's territory. As long as a sect joins the Void Star Divine Palace, they will be able to move anywhere in the 6 sacred regions. No wonder so many sacred regions super sects have come. It seems like we have to work harder. I heard that the other places in the 100 regions have been occupied by other sects, but our Heaven Mystics Kingdom has yet to be devoured. Originally, the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was nothing to worry about. I thought that after Yunixuan died, everyone would surrender. Who knew that a faction called the Great Serpent Mansion would appear and obstruct the attacks of our three major factions? The Great Serpent Mansion is said to have come from the Rainforest Holy Land. However, their arrogance has come to an end. Sir Zhang Tianxiu of the Void Star Divine Palace has issued an order that we must conquer this place within a month. Moreover, he told us not to have any misgivings and to do as we please. The members of the three major factions were constantly conversing. The leaders were two old men and a middle-aged man. It was obvious that the three of them were the representatives of their respective factions, and their strength had reached the level of heaven and earth. At this moment, the vast Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in chaos. Cloud Sea City was the first to bear the brunt. Blood flowed like a river within the city. Murder and rape were committed, and humiliation could be seen everywhere. These outsiders had received an order to conquer this place at all costs. Anyone who stood in their way was to be killed without mercy. Therefore, with such an order, those martial artists naturally became unbridled. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Damn you! Why did you destroy my hometown? Father! Mother! In every corner, the members of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were roaring, crying, and filled with grief and indignation. When facing the experts from the outside, they didn't have any strength to fight back. The only force that could resist the experts from the outside was the Tianshan Alliance, which was led by the Great Serpent Mansion. However, they were barely able to resist. Suddenly, many people thought of that ancient legend. Their belief, that emperor's figure. Unfortunately, according to the rumors, that young emperor had fallen. Dong! 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 At the same time, the war drum sounded and shook the heavens. A large number of experts shot over from all directions of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and gathered together. The Tianshan Alliance is finally here. On the mountain peak in the distance, the experts from the three major sects smiled faintly. They allowed the martial artists to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to kill, rape, and humiliate everything just to make the Tianshan Alliance appear. This time, they were going to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Dong! 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 The sound of the drums reverberated and spread across the heavens. It seemed to represent the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's undying heart, the unyielding belief, and the battle intent. An old woman walked out in front of everyone. She was the serpent matriarch from the Rainforest Sacred Land, the Great Serpent Mansion. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, she was the only one who could resist the enemies from the outside. This group of beasts, kill! Kill! The serpent matriarch's aged face had a smear of anger. She waved her hand heavily and ordered a large number of Tianshan Alliance's martial artists to rush out. Among them were plenty of people that Lin Ling was familiar with. For example, the former four sovereigns of the Cloud Sea City, Grandmaster Dan Ding He Yenshan, Ghost Marshal, and many others. They weren't familiar with the Serpent Matriarch, but the Serpent Matriarch was fighting for her hometown. Thus, they were all on the same side. Of course, they knew that this kind of resistance was completely useless. All of them would eventually die in battle. But if they didn't fight, were they supposed to surrender? They couldn't surrender, they would rather die in battle. In the distance, the people from the three major sects stood on the mountain peak with disdainful smiles on their faces. They had witnessed the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists being killed. Today, they were going to eliminate the source of the problem. Rumble. A huge battle broke out in the Cloud Sea City. Spirit light shot into the sky, but it was obvious that the battle was one-sided. The Tianshan Alliance couldn't resist the alliance of the three major sections. Countless people stood on the city walls and prayed with both hands. They prayed for a miracle to happen. Perhaps, this was the only thing they could do. Mother, are we all going to die? Mother. On one of the city walls, a child pulled his mother and asked. Child, we won't die. In the past, the saint race invaded our Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but they were all annihilated in the end. Thus, as long as our faith still exists, no matter how great the storm, we will be able to overcome it. The mother smiled at the child. Although she knew that they couldn't escape this calamity, she didn't want her child to lose his faith and fighting spirit. I know that faith is Lord Lin Ling. When I grow up, I will follow in Lord Lin Ling's footsteps and protect our hometown. The child immediately said with a smile, causing the other children around him to nod their heads. The mother looked at those children and smiled bitterly in her heart. Children were pure and innocent. They didn't know the cruelty of this world. Kill! Kill! Shouts of battle resounded throughout Cloud Sea City. The Tianxian alliance was retreating repeatedly, and it caused a wisp of worry to appear in the snake mother's aged eyes. She knew that this was Lin Ling's hometown, and she'd interacted with Lin Ling a few times. In the past, her great serpent's estate had been driven out of the sacred rainforest by Lin Ling. However, she couldn't be considered to be helping Lin Ling. Instead, she'd appeared here because she was a small snake from the Bodhi ancient tree. Thus, she had deep feelings for her hometown. She couldn't allow the land that had nurtured her to be invaded by others. Rumble. Chapter 1260. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The legend returns. As countless people watched this scene, they felt as if history was repeating itself. In the past, the army of the Saint race had pressed down on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was on the brink of destruction, the king had returned. But today, this scene was completely different. However, according to the rumors, their legend had fallen. The person who came couldn't be a legend. Perhaps he was an enemy. Rumble. As the figure got closer, everyone could finally see clearly that it was a giant red-armored ape. This ape was running in the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Furthermore, it was covered in red bone armor, making it look like an ancient demon king had descended. However, everyone could still see a slender figure standing on top of the giant red-armored ape. The giant sword was illuminating the world, and the blue-white robe was like a dream, causing the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to be silent. Blue represented the legend. It was as pure as the blue sky. Is it a dream? Everyone's eyes were wet. The similar scene, the same situation, the same robe. Was it a dream? Lin Ling, are you back? In the silence, the four emperors suddenly cried out excitedly. Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yen Shan, Ghost Marshal, and everyone else who knew Lin Ling looked at the sky excitedly. Uprooting the heavens. At this moment, a sword slashed out. It was as if it wanted to sever this merciless world. The sword light was like a pillar, and a large number of experts from the three major sects were destroyed by the terrifying power. Looking at this scene, the crowd was even more shocked. They were sure that this person was a friend. Blazing sea flame. Just as everyone had this thought, a giant fist formed from blue flames descended from the sky. That extremely familiar flaming fist caused the hearts of everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to stop beating. If the sword didn't necessarily represent that legend, then what about the flames? In the past, that legend destroyed a city with a single punch. Today, who in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't know? He's back. At this moment, the entire Cloud Sea City and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were in an uproar. Just as the legend said, every time a calamity approached, their legend would step on the 5-colored clouds and save the world in the name of the flame. The king had indeed returned. Boom! Wherever the fists passed, the disciples of the three great sects were burned to ashes. On the mountain peak in the distance, the eyes of the people from the three great sects instantly narrowed. The person who came over was so terrifyingly strong. Who are you? Could it be that you want to go against the Void Star Divine Palace? Don't make trouble for yourself. If the three of us join forces, you will regret coming here. The three experts roared furiously. Their voices were like the might of the heavens, and it intimidated the entire city to the point it started shaking. the pupils of the members of the Profound Sky Alliance narrowed. Even though their king had returned, they were even more clearly aware that the calamity they were about to face this time wasn't comparable to the calamity the sacred race faced all those years ago, and it was even more terrifying and formidable. The Void Star Divine Palace has broken its promise. Back then, he had said that this place belonged to him and that he would not put the people here into misery and suffering. However, the words of an ugly person do not count. Since that is the case, the Void Star Divine Palace will also die. Just as the three experts finished speaking, they suddenly realized that a slender figure was standing behind them. This person had a handsome face and was extremely young. He wore a blue and white robe that was as clean as the blue sky, but his eyes were extremely cold and murderous. What speed! The three of them opened their eyes wide because they'd actually been unable to sense when this person had arrived. Wait! We're just following orders. One of the old men spoke with vigilance, and he was extremely fearful of the young man. Should I regret coming here if the three of you join forces? It was Lin Ling who'd appeared behind them. At this moment, he slowly raised his sword and pointed it at them. I'm going to kill all of you now. Try your best to resist me. How arrogant. The expressions of the three experts and their disciples changed drastically. Who is he? How arrogant. Not only has he come to kill us, he's even telling us that he's going to kill us, and we'll see how you resist me. You'll pay the price for being arrogant. The three experts exchanged glances, and their eyes were filled with rage. They executed formidable martial techniques in succession, causing the entire mountain to explode apart. On the other hand, the experts from Ocean of Clouds City had solemn expressions on their faces. They were very clearly aware that those three experts were even stronger than the Snake Mother. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, a sword slashed out as if it was coming from the horizon. Rumble. All of their martial techniques were slashed apart, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. They wanted to say something, but they could only make blood spray from their necks. In the end, they felt like the sky was spinning, and their heads fell off from their necks. A single sword strike had separated the heads of the representatives from the three sects. Little Flame, kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Use their heads as a sacrifice to Brother Yun. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword, and then he started walking slowly towards the city. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame's body transformed, and he transformed into the height of a human before shooting into the midst of the disciples of the three sections. Those disciples who'd killed, raped, and humiliated others earlier were howling with pain. They weren't able to resist Little Flame's bestial nature at all, and it was even to the extent that they regretted coming here at the moment of their deaths. They thought that there was no one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but who knew that a man and a monkey would annihilate them all? Lin Ling is back. At this moment, the city was completely silent. Everyone was watching the battle from afar, and their hearts were thumping violently. They watched as the heads piled up to form a tower of heads. In their impression, all of those heads were extremely greedy and ugly, but now, they revealed terrified expressions, and it made everyone feel extremely comfortable. Was this a sacrifice to His Majesty, Yunixuan? In the past, a great enemy invaded, and they wanted Yunixuan to lead everyone to surrender. However, His Majesty refused and was killed in the end. His courage shone through the heavens, and today, all his enemies would use their heads as a sacrifice to him. At this instant, many people's eyes were moist, and they were even more excited as they watched the young man walking step by step towards them. Mom, he really came back. Outside the city walls, those children were laughing with joy, and their eyes were filled with tears. Their parents were crying as well. Yes, so long as they persevered, then hope would come. Lin Ling. The serpent mother looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In the past, she had conflicts with Lin Ling, but today, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would be the first to come back to help in the great calamity of the 6 Saint regions. This is my home. Lin Ling landed on the ground, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He glanced at all his acquaintances, and then looked at the serpent mother. He also knew that the latter had been guarding this place. Although there were conflicts between them in the past, at this moment, those conflicts had been blown away with the wind. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling didn't say anything touching, and he only said one sentence. The serpent mother's body trembled, and she was inexplicably excited. She could also see that the young man in front of her was extremely powerful, and he could kill her with just a flick of his finger. However, the young man didn't do that, and instead, he treated her as one of his own and even thanked her. That thank you was obviously precious. Chapter 1261. To the rainforest sacred land, sorry, I'm late. Sorry. These words represented Lin Ling's guilt. These people had been waiting for him. It's fine, it's good that you're back. Everyone relies on you. You're our sky. Yes. They didn't blame Lin Ling, because this world was heartless. Most cultivators only cared about themselves and didn't care about others. Lin Ling coming back to help them was enough to make them owe him a great favor. Moreover, this wasn't the first time he had helped them. Their legend, Lin Ling, was indeed a righteous person. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling felt a warmth in his heart. However, he didn't have the time to say these pretentious words. After the matter of the 100 territories was settled, only the rainforest sacred land was left. Little Flame, can you clear all the trash in the 100 territories in a day? Yes. Lin Ling said nonchalantly as he looked at Little Flame in the distance. Roar. Little Flame roared furiously, its voice shaking the heavens, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Since when did Lin Ling have such a terrifying mount? After which, they became excited. As expected of their legend. Every time they met, their legend's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He continued to look at Little Flame, knowing that it wouldn't be a problem. Big Snake Mother, have some people familiar with the 100 territories take my brothers to other territories to kill the enemies. At this time tomorrow, I want all the enemies to disappear. Lin Ling looked at Big Snake Mother and said. Big Snake Mother sucked in a cold breath. The 100 territories was huge, and there were as many experts as there were clouds. He wanted to get rid of all of them in a day. Lin Ling, shouldn't we consider this matter at length? Big Snake Mother said worriedly. Moreover, the rainforest sacred land still has experts from the Void Star Divine Palace. If we act too rashly, we might make the situation worse. Yes. Many people agreed with this idea. After all, Lin Ling was going to face the top experts of the outer territories. In a day, the enemies in the 100 territories will be dealt with. In another day, I'll chase away all the enemies in the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his voice filled with determination. Have the enemies in the rainforest been driven away as well? Everyone felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Their myths actually wanted to sweep through the Void Star Divine Palace in a single day? This was too crazy. However, even though they felt that it was impossible, if their myths said it out loud, then it would definitely work. Lin Ling had created countless legends in the past. He would definitely be able to do the same today. From now on, the entire 6 sacred regions belongs to me. Anyone who dares to invade will die. Lin Ling was still looking at the sky, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Okay, Lin Ling, let's go to the rainforest sacred land. Count me in. The Snake Mother was more excited than anyone else. Was her hometown going to be reclaimed? Count me in. Although my strength is very weak, this is our hometown. Even if we die, we will still contribute. I'll go too. The 4 emperors, He Yen-shan, the Ghost Marshal, and the others all roared in anger. They wanted to witness such a glorious moment together. Moreover, when His Majesty Yunixuan died, he was most concerned about his hometown. Therefore, they wanted to represent His Majesty Yunixuan and see their hometown return. Okay, let's go together. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Although these people wouldn't be of much help, he knew that Yunixuan's death had caused everyone to suppress the anger in their hearts. Therefore, they all wanted to contribute. Moreover, although the Void Star Divine Palace was terrifying, with his current strength, there weren't many things that could cause him to be wary of it. In the following day, Lin Ling didn't leave and quietly waited for Little Flame's news. Old Z, in the star-picking nation, how did you all protect the nation? Lin Ling stood quietly in his purple mansion, looking at the endless mountains and rivers in the distance. Your Majesty, you can lay down an ancient array, the 1,000-sound 10,000-star ancient array. It can protect the star-picking nation. Old Z said beside Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to protect the rainforest's sacred land, so he thought of an ancient array. After all, Lin Ling couldn't stay here forever. Therefore, he found the most suitable ancient array for Lin Ling in the star-picking nation. Your Majesty, this array isn't difficult. As long as you can refine the Emperor refining armor, you can lay it down. However, there are many requirements for the construction materials. Your Majesty has 200,000 source stones left, but once the array is completed, it can kill all Transcendent Realm cultivators. Obviously, spirit arrays were more difficult than the Tao of forging. The only drawback of a simple spirit array was that it was expensive. Only by solving this problem can I relax and go out adventuring. 200,000 source stones is worth it. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Looking at Old Z, he sighed in his heart. If it weren't for Old Z, he might still be struggling in the early Transcendent Realm. Once the enemy is driven away, I'll lay down the array and protect the mountains and rivers. Lin Ling said boldly and left the Z mansion. At the same time, Little Flame returned with the group. At this moment, he was squatting on the shoulder of one of the group, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and drinking with a smile. The group looked terrified. Obviously, Little Flame's feat of sweeping through the 100 territories in a day shocked them and even made them revere him. After all, they saw how terrifying Little Flame was with their own eyes. When he transformed into an ancient desolate beast, no cultivator was his match. They're back. Serpent Lady and the others looked nervously at the people who returned. What's the result? Once Lord Little Flame appears, even gods and demons will avoid him. The people who returned were trembling with fear. He really succeeded. Serpent Lady and the others gasped as they looked at the little monkey drinking wine. Their hearts trembled violently. Sure enough, a monkey couldn't be judged by his appearance. Okay, the 100 territories is settled. Let's head to the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out and stood at the gate of Cloud Sea City. A smile appeared on his face, but it was a cold smile. The group became nervous. Were they finally going to set out? If they dealt with the rainforest sacred land, then it would belong to them forever. Lin Ling, we can't help you this time. Only you can deal with it. So, shouldn't you think about it at length? Serpent Lady tried to persuade him once more. 1 sword per person. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His smile was filled with boundless confidence, and then he waved his hand, let's go. Even though he couldn't eliminate the entire Void Star Divine Palace right now, it wasn't difficult for him to drive them away. The group moved forward in an imposing manner. At this moment, the enemies of the 100 territories had either been killed by Little Flame or fled. This caused the cultivators of the 100 territories to gather in the Rain Ocean. They'd sensed that some experts were about to attack the people of the Void Star Divine Palace, so they'd come. Even though they couldn't shake the Void Star Divine Palace with their strength, this was their home, so they had to help. Yesterday, a demon king appeared, and all the experts from the middle 3 regions were killed. It's the same in the upper 3 regions. That's a terrifying demon king. Thousands of people couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. An outsider sect was dealt with in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I wonder whose mount that demon king is. It looks like the heavens are on our side. Chapter 1262. 100 Empire Conference. He's here. He's so handsome. Is that him? Then, the crowd looked into the distance and saw millions of people walking over. The person in the lead was drinking wine and carrying a big sword on his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Many people were shocked. That person was very young, but he was like a dragon among men. It's Lin Ling. Finally, a loud shout rang out, causing everyone at the edge of the Sea of Rain to be stunned. Lin Ling, who in the 100 domains didn't know that this person came from the tiny lower 3 domains. As a youth, he climbed up step by step, creating miracles and legends time and time again. In the end, he became the strongest and youngest emperor in the sacred land of the rainforest. Even in the 100 domains, countless stories about Lin Ling were known by every family. In many sects and empires, young martial artists regarded Lin Ling as their idol to inspire themselves. It's him. I can't believe I'm able to see him in my life. Countless youths were excited. Some young girls' hearts were beating wildly. Was that handsome young man the legendary Lin Ling? There's quite a lot of people. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the Sea of Rain. The sea of people by the sea surprised him. Lin Ling, our emperor. At the same time, everyone shouted at the same time. They were excited. They finally knew who helped them yesterday. It must be Lin Ling. Plop. Countless people knelt down on one knee. Their faces were filled with worship and reverence. There were elders, children, and youths kneeling down. The majestic scene shocked the Serpent Mother and the others. They didn't expect that Lin Ling was not only a legend in the Cloud Domain, but also in the 100 domains. Rise, everyone. Lin Ling was a little excited. In his previous life, he was just a very ordinary person. In this life, he had never thought that there would be a day where he would be regarded as a legend by tens of millions of people. However, he had never planned to become a legend. He only wanted to do his best to protect his hometown. Lord Lin Ling, I represent the Sangnan region to fight alongside you. A child of about 5 or 6 years of age ran out with a bowl of wine in his hands, looking at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he couldn't help but laugh loudly. All right, I'll drink this bowl of wine. Here's to our victory. After he finished speaking, he boldly picked up the bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he carried the child and set off on his journey. Let us be victorious. Everyone's blood was boiling as they followed Lin Ling towards the rainforest's sacred land. Such a vast and mighty scene shook the heavens and the earth, and it caused all the residents of the city to smile. At this moment, they were very proud because the legend of their cloud domain had become the symbol and belief in their hearts. After that, they strode forward and followed Lin Ling. At this moment, everything in the rainforest's sacred land was under the control of the Void Star Divine Palace. Clearly, the Void Star Divine Palace didn't care about a rural area like the 100 territories. However, the rainforest's sacred land had the Bodhi ancient tree. This ancient tree had many treasures, which was why they valued it. Congratulations to Lord Dao Reverend for becoming the master of the rainforest's sacred land. At this moment, a large number of experts were gathered on the Bodhi ancient tree. They came from various sects and clans in Xianping province. Their goal was very simple: they were here to buy slaves. Perhaps this was the only thing that moved them in this tiny rainforest's sacred land. Today, I'm indebted to everyone for giving me face in the 100 Dynasties Assembly. My Dao Reverend's face has been enhanced. An old man smiled faintly as he looked at the crowd. He was the person with the highest authority in the rainforest's sacred land, and his strength had reached the transcendent 6th stage. Lord Dao Reverend is too serious. Lord Dao Reverend will probably become a great existence in less than a month. Everyone smiled politely, and their words were filled with respect. One of them stood beside the Bodhi ancient tree's leaves and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, Lord Dao Reverend, although the 6 saint regions aren't strong, they have the advantage in numbers. Since Lord Dao Reverend is able to rule this place, it's not strange for you to be called a king. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. Although their strength was above tens of thousands of people, it was difficult for them to become the ruler of a region. After all, that was controlling hundreds of millions of people. Humans were also extremely precious resources. For example, the various sects and clans needed some slaves to do things. Ordinary disciples were very noble, so who would do such lowly things? Everyone here is an existence of great virtue and prestige. Being able to invite everyone here today is my, Dao Reverend's, face. Now, let the 100 Dynasties Assembly begin. Dao Zunzi smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to take a seat in the banquet. The 100 Dynasties Assembly meant that there were 100 super sects here. They were also quite famous in Xianping province. Among them, there were the Triple Elemental Golden Dipper sect, the Northern Nether Dark region, the Thousand Era Ghost sect, the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace, and even the Celestial Phenomenon sect. Hearing this, the elders of the various sects all smiled. They were quite fond of these words of virtue and prestige. Of course, with their strength, they were worthy of such praise. Bullshit. However, at this moment, the wind and clouds billowed in the distance. An angry roar reverberated through the air, causing endless echoes. Huh! On the Bodhi ancient tree, everyone's eyes narrowed. Someone actually dared to say bullshit? The 100 Dynasties Assembly sounds nice, but it's actually discussing how to buy slaves. You guys are all cruel and unscrupulous. You're worse than pigs and dogs. The voice rang out again, pointing at the 100 Dynasties Assembly. Bastard, who is so bold? On top of the Bodhi ancient tree, the dignified experts' faces turned cold as they released their powerful auras, causing the entire ancient tree to sway. One had to know that they represented a super sect and their strength wasn't weak at all. Most of them had reached the transcendent 4th layer, 3 of them were at the transcendent 6th layer, and 1 of them was from the Celestial Star sect. With such combat strength, they couldn't be underestimated even in the great Xianpeng region. However, in the tiny sacred ground of the rainforest, there were actually people who dared to say that they were inferior to pigs and dogs. So arrogant, who is it? At this moment, everyone in the sacred ground of the rainforest heard the scolding and felt relieved. One should know that in the past, they wouldn't dare to speak out even if they were angry. However, the person who came had scolded them out. Look over there are so many people. At the same time, the people in the sacred ground of the rainforest saw a large number of people walking in the direction of the rain sea. There were more than 100 million people there. Although they were as weak as ants, when there were a lot of people, even ants could make people respect them. Who gave them the courage to come to the sacred ground of the rainforest? At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, Dao Zunzi also saw the scene from afar. He could tell that those people were from the 100 territories. He didn't put the people from the 100 territories in his eyes. After all, that place was weaker than the warriors in the sacred ground of the rainforest. But now, people from the 100 territories actually dared to come here and scold him. Chapter 1263. Majestic mountains and rivers, void star divine palace, heed my command. Dispatch 1,000 saint spirit powerhouses to kill those 100 million people. Yes. Dao Master issued a merciless order. In order to prove his authority, it was time to make an example out of these people. Yes. Yes. In all directions of the rainforest Holy Land, a large number of Void Star Divine Palace powerhouses moved out, causing the local martial artists of the rainforest Holy Land to frown. Dao Master was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to kill 100 million people. Hurry and leave. This is not a place where you can come. They've come to kill you. A large number of people from the rainforest Holy Land roared. They came from the 7 great martial arts halls, the 5 great ancient countries, the 7 profound martial house, the Great Tang Empire, and even the 4 great desolate races. But in these past years, they had been suppressed by the Void Star Divine Palace, so they didn't dare to voice their anger. But now, the people of the 100 territories were their friends and comrades. Seeing them about to be killed, how could they not be worried? However, under their warning, not only did the mighty group not flee, but they instead walked towards the Bodhi ancient tree. This momentum of cutting off all means of retreat caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Were the people of the 100 territories willing to throw caution to the wind? They would rather die in battle than become slaves. Follow them. The people of the Rainforest Holy Land clenched their teeth, a heroic spirit rising in their hearts. No matter who was leading them, they would rather die in battle than become slaves. More and more people joined in, causing Lin Ling's camp to grow even larger. The 1,000 powerhouses of the Void Star Divine Palace were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they could be considered overlords. It had to be known that in the past, the only transcendent powerhouses in the Rainforest Holy Land were the 4 great patriarchs. But even so, the crowd did not stop. A bunch of ants seeking death. Everyone, let's continue with the 100 Dynasties Assembly. Dao Zunzi looked disdainfully into the distance and said indifferently. He waved his hand, and people brought food and wine one after another. Everyone began to eat and drink, and they did not care about what was happening in the distance. In their hearts, although there were many people there, how could they be a match for 1,000 experts? How can ants compete with the heavens? At this moment, 1,000 powerhouses moved out, their auras filling the mountains and rivers. But the people in front of them still continued to move forward, each one of them with a look of determination. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure shot out from the crowd. His sword was majestic, as if he wanted to dominate the world. How can the heavens compete with me for glory? A cold voice rang out, causing the eyes of the 1,000-strong cultivators to widen. How arrogant! He wanted to block 1,000 of them by himself? He was simply courting death. Disdain rose in their hearts as they unleashed powerful martial arts. However, just as their martial arts blasted towards the incoming person, the person slashed out with his sword. This sword was as majestic as a pillar and as domineering as the heavens. It also seemed to represent the anger in the hearts of countless people in the Rainforest Holy Land and the 100 territories. Wherever the sword passed, it destroyed all merciless rules. Boom! All of their martial arts techniques were cut apart. The eyes of the 1,000 people narrowed. This person was so powerful. Since when did the 100 territories have such a terrifying expert? However, this could only be the last thought in their lives. In the next moment, everyone was hacked apart by an enormous sword pillar. Blood scattered down like rain, shocking everyone's hearts. Victory at the start. The people at the back could not help but shout excitedly. This was their legend. Then, the crowd did not stop and continued to move towards the Bodhi ancient tree. They allowed the blood in the sky to fall on their bodies. Instead, the battle intent in their eyes grew stronger. This was the blood of their enemies, and they longed to drink it. A bunch of people worse than pigs and dogs. At the same time, the crowd shouted loudly. This time, their voices caused the clouds in the sky to tumble. At this moment, on the Bodhi ancient tree, the people from the super sects were still drinking. However, when they heard the voices, their hands trembled and their faces turned ferocious. Among them, Dao Master Zi's face was the ugliest. Shame, a great shame. They, people of virtue and prestige, were actually scolded by some ants. Moreover, 1,000 of them had not been able to kill the other party. Everyone, move out. Dao Master Z shouted angrily, ordering all the strong cultivators of the Void Star Divine Palace stationed in the Rainforest Holy Land to move out. After he finished speaking, he regained his calm and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't bother with those ants. Continue drinking. The 100 Empire Conference will continue." The intruder was arrogant, but could he stop more than 19,000 Transcendent Realm Masters? He wanted to see if that person could make it here. Huh, a wild child doesn't know etiquette. Sir Dao Master Z is right. Let's continue drinking. Perhaps the moment we finish drinking, the riot will disappear. It's a pity that too many people died. My 3 yuan Golden Dipper sect needs 100,000 slaves this time. With so many people dead, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recruit enough. An old man shook his head helplessly. He did not feel guilty about the number of people who died. Instead, he felt a little regretful that there were too few slaves. Don't worry. The 6 sacred regions are big regions. They don't have much, but they have a lot of people. But soon, someone comforted him. Moreover, the rioters are rebellious by nature. Even if they become slaves, it will be difficult to control them. So, it's better that they die. The others nodded and slowly drank their wine. They did not seem to care about what was happening in the distance. However, they did not know that Lin Ling's spiritual eye could see things thousands of miles away. Therefore, every word they said was seen by Lin Ling. Unstoppable. With a roar, Lin Ling soared into the sky and flew towards the crowd of 10,000 people. These people were all early Transcendent Realm cultivators. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they were indeed terrifying, but to Lin Ling, they were still too weak. So strong. The crowd behind looked at Lin Ling with excitement. Lin Ling was actually fighting 10,000 people by himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was cold as a terrifying power erupted from his body. The power of 2 universes allowed Lin Ling to rush into the crowd of 10,000 people like a death god. Between his arms, the power was like a dragon and a tiger. Bo bo bo. A punch killed more than a dozen people, and a kick seemed to shake mountains and rivers. Facing early Transcendent Realm cultivators, he did not even need to use his sword. His physical body alone was enough to crush them. What? The faces of the masters from the Void Star Divine Palace changed drastically. They thought that Lin Ling was just one person and that no matter how strong he was, his strength would be limited. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so fierce that he could easily kill them without using his spiritual yuan? Wait, who is your excellency? Someone asked in a dignified voice. They had never seen such a terrifying master before. However, the answer they received was a single punch that killed them all. Tens of thousands of people were killed without a single one remaining. The clouds in the sky churned and blood rained down like rain. But what made everyone gasp was that even though the blood rained down, Lin Ling's blue robe still fluttered elegantly, not a single drop of blood staining his robes. From the looks of it, he did not seem like he was killing people, but rather like he was practicing martial arts. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.